see what we can get into. We're going to pick up on this RSL, episode 647, part 2.
Tell us what you know exists and where it is. In other words, tell us as much as you can. And would you view yourself as putting yourself in danger right now by doing this?
No more than going into traffic in New York City at rush hour.
Is that because you're in Perth, Australia, and not here?
No, believe me, there's no way you run from some of the crowds that they want to get you. It's because there are fighting factions, and some of them are covering me at the moment that I'm quite, unassailable by all this. Where to start? Well, let me put it this way. We have technology to make, and have made, flying saucers. That's the simplest way to say it. They are saucer shaped. Some of them are triangular with kind of rounded corners. The Aurora projects that everyone thinks are so big and wonderful are nifty, but they are 10 to 12 years out of date. Certainly, you couldn't possibly believe that they would let something like that leak out like this unless it were out of date. I mean, even the model makers are selling models of their secret craft. But they use portions of technology that were used a long time ago in building the first saucer craft. And the portions are like high voltage charges on the fuel stream and on the wing, up over, definitely up over 20,000 volts, and in some cases probably 20 volts is a 50 million. And they use very tight shields on them. These things are old technology. The newer craft are being controlled by groups. I couldn't even begin to tell you the names of the current controllers. But in my day, the United States and Great Britain still have a fairly hard control over where this technology was going. We had bases in Norway, we had in Jabal Tawak in Saudi Arabia, west of Bahrain, all underground. We had research being done here at Pine Gap in the center of Australia, and another one which is called the Star Trek of the North in the Kimberley regions of the mountains of northern Australia. We had down the South Pole. Dr. Maxfield in Dallas showed me photographs taken in a submarine trip down there to reach the base. Some really good stuff has gone on that's just totally inaccessible by you as a civilian.
All of this going on right under our noses, in fact, under our Earth, is what you're saying.
A great deal of it is. They have broadened our horizons since then and moved above the ground, but in those days, yeah.
All right. What was, Stan, the latest craft that you had anything to do with? What were its capabilities? What could it do?
The ones that I actually designed as group zero research group was an aircraft that superheated air. It was slow starting. It would throw the air up out a hole in the middle of the saucer shaped like a donut, splash it around the surface down underneath, and recirculate the air, say like a bumblebee spinning or like a smoke ring. And we would then get a 6% CO2 solution in a nitrogen gas envelope in the center of that. And that's how we would start it and make it an electric plasma like it's in fluorescent light. And that's why they glow, or those types of. Now that's what I was working on, because I had not come to the level yet of these pulse magnetic field craft. I was shown the other stuff. And certainly we have craft that fly using technology very similar, as you pointed out, to the Philadelphia radar shield experiment. I have tried these things. I've tried to recreate them in my lab here and have proceeded to hurt myself, one of my staff, to the point that we are not going to do it for long until we think we understand a couple things a little bit better. It produces magnetic fields that just, they hurt you.
I've talked to so many people about magnetic fields. It has been a lifelong fascination for me. I'm going to jump way ahead here because we're going to have to come back to the technical part. I'm going to jump ahead and ask you about one of the paragraphs you sent me in the email. And it is, I encourage you in your search for the truth in these matters, but I caution you to ask yourself, what will you do when you find out? Will you like the answer? Will you wish you had not found out? What did you mean by that? And please explain.
Well, Art, there are some things that I do know about what is happening.
What's going on, Morgan? 321K.
I think you will. And a lot of other folks. you're going to find yourself very threatened in your lifestyle, very threatened. So much so that you may wish you hadn't found out. I mean, you might just rather live in blissful ignorance rather than worry about what is the case of it all.
You know, Stan, you sound very much like somebody else that I've interviewed many times and who is a good friend of mine named John Lear. Do you know her or have?
I've talked to John a couple times on the phone, but I've never met him.
Well, he says much the same kind of thing, Stan, that you really ought to perhaps live your life day to day, enjoy your life, and there are some things that you'd be better off not knowing, and that is, in essence, what you are saying.
Yes.
I want to know these things, Stan.
All right, I appreciate that. As I said to you, my concern is that in kind of good civic duty, some of the things that we might discuss might move some of your audience to do things that they shouldn't. I mean, like silly things like stockpiling, hoarding, and dropping out. And I wouldn't want that to happen. It's difficult for me to figure out how to say it.
All right, let me put your mind at ease. I cannot imagine anything you would say that would be more startling than some of the things John Lear has said, or some of the things Gordon Michael Scallion has said regarding earth changes.
Have you got Gordon on the program?
Oh, Gordon is also a very good friend of mine, and
Gee, black guys, I correspond with all these guys. I didn't realize that.
you do correspond with Gordon.
Oh, yeah, he and I talk and exchange email and whatever.
All right, well, that's amazing. It is a small world, isn't it?
Art, I write in the U.S. government database with permission to the USGS, and I draw earthquake and volcano information. I also draw data on the sun from KSC every day. I get a daily feed from them, analyzing, predicting as best we can where the next major quakes are going to be and intensity. That's why Gordon Michael Scallion and I talk.
You are aware, of course, of the large 7.2 earthquake south of Mexico City earlier in the day.
Yes, I'm aware of that. It came across the screen this morning.
Do you know how that, can you comment on how that relates to Scallion's latest predictions, you know, the series of quakes he has predicted?
Well, I got to confess something. I have so much to read that I glanced at his newsletter, hit the high point, and put it in the back with all the rest, and they kind of run together. Can you remind me what particular...
All right, well, he has predicted a series of 4 earthquakes that will occur before the end of the year, culminating in a very large earthquake in California. And if this series of quakes completes in the year 1995, he then predicts there will be a major catastrophic earth movement that will literally change the western map and do a lot more. So when you say that you know things that would cause people to hoard or to drop out, I doubt that you could say anything that would be more shocking or cause people to go in that direction more than he has. So,
all right. Well, that's a major part of it. That is somewhat natural disasters, and there are a lot more of those in the area for asteroids and comets over the next 10 to 12 years that are probably equally as threatening, if not more. Certainly what Gordon is saying, I agree in this respect. I've been analyzing data from the NASA CWIP satellite, Sea Surface Sensor satellites over the last year, and there's a strange like heat wave or heat pattern underneath the crust of the Earth's surface that has several hot spots, and one of them is off Mexico and southern California, Baja California, another off Florida, like on both sides of Florida near Georgia, and the other on the east coast of Florida, all along the west coast of Europe out to the Atlantic Ridge. The Mediterranean and Japan is absolutely shocker blocked, and in the Philippines, all these areas are suffering intense tropical activity. As to what is causing the temperature rise, we know that there are magma movements deep down in the surface, but I can't be positive enough about the cause and effect link to say that that's doing it.
All right, well, that is very similar to what Gordon Michael Scallion has said regarding a plasma displacement deep within the Earth. So you agree on that, I guess?
Yes. Well, I can see it. I mean, I guess I'm a pragmatist, and I like to see the data. And I trust NASA data reasonably knowledge anyway on this particular subject.
All right, again, so that we might understand, you're in essence laying out some scientific evidence, you say, that backs up what Scallion says EC. So give it to me again, please. This, what are you able to access that tells you that the magma is moving in this way?
Well, I've gone into the NASA, for people that are on the internet, they can access it through NASA's webpage for CWIF, SEAWIF. So they can do a search and find CWIF. And get into the CWIF color images for the planet. Those are done fairly regularly each week. And this is a color map of the temperature of the Earth's water surface, as done by their satellites and other data gathering services. What you do is you take two of those photographs and you use something like Photoshop, a photo processing program, and you subtract the two images to get the change in temperature, whether it be dropping or rising. And that is how you make a differential thermograph of that, which is what we've been doing in our newsletter and various other email feeds that we supply, keeping an eye on it. And like all of you can see it, there's no question about it. Big white flashes appear where the temperature is rising in these areas off the California coast, Aleutian, and Japan. I tell you what, I wouldn't live there in a fit at the moment. The heat spot is very concentrated under Japan, all the way into the Chinese coast. I would expect earthquakes and small sideways between now and December. That's just an educated guess on a prophecy, just a guess.
We are having here in America, in the Caribbean, one of the very worst hurricane seasons in all of recorded history. You'd have to go back 60 or 70 years to find something equivalent, and it looks like, and it's still very early in the season, so something is going on with the weather. Is it related?
I think so. I know Scientific American put out an article about the magma sheet rising in the Atlantic off the European coast. And so there's a large heat influx there, or rise there. And certainly in the Caribbean area, or Caribbean, there's massive heat buildup underneath in the water. Again, I assume that it is plasma activity deep down, 500-600 kilometers down. I don't have enough data to be exact, but it is enough to convince me that when people like Scallion and some of the others start to see this, that there's something happening.
Gordon Michael Scallion came on my program not very long ago and gave us a specific warning about volcanic activity in the Caribbean. And
that I can believe.
Yes. And so that would relate to the heat spot that you say anybody with internet access could see for themselves.
Yeah, they have to subtract the two images month by month. I just took August, from the 1st of August to the last of August, and subtracted the two images and got a heat pattern build up in those areas. I've done it for longer than that, but there's just in 1 month, there's enough to tell you that we've got trouble. And it's up to Florida actually responds to the American economy, where the little bottleneck is. There's a heat pattern right under that. There's no question about it. In fact, I looked at it and I thought, I've got to be wrong because we don't have volcanoes in Florida.
Well, what are mainstream scientists, researchers, USGS sites saying about it, or are they discussing it, or is it open?
I haven't seen any open traffic on it. I understand that USGS is under a lot of pressure right now to be shut down. In the height of all the earthquakes and volcanoes, terrible things have been happening. With them doing so much research to help predict earthquakes in California, Japan, whatever, the Congress, U.S. Congress has wanted to shut this down. It has compromised and laid off hundreds of USGS staff in the last month. Now, I understand why, but a lot of people wouldn't. USGS is a public government arm, and there's another group that does monitoring called SHAKELY, SHAKELY, the Defense Department, and they have infinitely better resources than USGS, but not available to the public. So that's why FEMA gets the fees more than USGS.
Is it your view that they know very well what is coming and will not tell us?
Art, in a word, yes. And listen to me. Now, this is one of the things that I'm very reluctant to discuss openly, but there's a lot of guys one scientist told me we should, and I'm not sure I agree with him, but if you knew, Art, a particular piece of real estate, large piece of real estate, was going to suffer a lot of damage like this, it was going to impact property values, if not destroy them, commerce, industry, whatever, and you were the government, in wisdom, would you make a public announcement too early in the game and say to people, oh, look, you might die in the next year or two because this is going to happen, but stay there until we get some story out to let you know. You couldn't do it. It would be a mass exodus. As it is, since Gordon is coming out saying what he's saying, and he's so darned accurate, the property values in California have dropped. They've dropped all along the west of the Rocky Mountains, except in Oregon and part of Washington State. And I don't know why they don't drop there. Because the volcanoes are two of them. Anybody want to alert at this moment?
Stan, I'm going to have to go to news here at the top of the hour. Can you hold?
Sure.
All right. Again, there will be silence till about 06:15 past the hour. Stay right where you are. Stan in Perth, Australia. We'll be right back. Good morning, everybody. I'll do my own little intro here. We've got Stan Dale, a very special guest from Perth, Australia. We've got him on here all the way from Perth, Australia. And he's telling us about craft he's been working on and about things he knows that, frankly, will curl your hair. So we're going to bring him back in just a moment. All right, now, to recap very briefly, and we're going to have to, this is a man, Stan Dale, who says he was recruited by Edward Keller's man, Dr. James Mansfield, in Dallas in 1971, and went to Australia, did work on flying saucer craft, not theirs, not alien craft, but our craft that we now have and use. We've moved from that area, and we're going to retrench there a little bit, into some of the areas, he gave me a paragraph here I asked him about, and it says, "Believe me when I tell you I encourage you in your search for the truth in these matters. But I caution you, ask yourself, what will you do when you find out? Will you like the answer? Will you wish you had not found out?" Sometimes I wonder what it'd be like to live life, sort of an oblivious living, like pursuit of world peace, not knowing what to do. I asked him what that meant. It seems to me much the same thing that Gordon Michael Stoney has been saying. Late news, an earthquake in Oklahoma as well. You know about the 7.2 in Mexico, a very large quake. Thank God, not many killed. Now we find one. Let me see, it was actually in Oklahoma, about 25 miles south of Medicine Lodge, Kansas, at 6:32 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time today. 421, that's an absolutely incredible place. We are having earthquakes in strange places. Back now to Perth, Australia, and Stan Dale. Are you there, Stan?
Yes, I am, Art.
Excellent.
I've been listening to you. I'm on the UFL channel on the IRC radio chat. One of your listeners in California has just signed on here by satellite last time. By California. You've got people out there listening.
That's absolutely remarkable. Which IRC chat channel are you on?
I've got a channel called Art Channel, IRC ELL, and I'm the administrator called the Falcon. Kelly Williams did anyway to get there. Arkville, just tell them to type in Arkville on their channel selector, and they can converse with us while we're on air.
All the way from Perth, Australia. My God, the world is getting very small.
I know, I'm old enough to remember some things weren't just working.
All right, so let us quickly retrench, if you wouldn't mind. There's such a large audience out there right now. Tell them about the kind of craft we now have in our possession. You believe, or actually I push you into it, that it began with the Philadelphia experiment, or at least that was the genesis of the technology that you then moved forward with. And before we even get into that, let me ask you credential-wise. Here's a question from Elaine, who says, when you ask your guest, how was he able to start independent work immediately after graduating from the Air Force Academy? Most people have a military obligation after graduation.
Well, tell her that I was in the class of 67, but there were 180 of us who resigned in a protest against the government interfering with our activities at the Academy in 1964. I served 4 years after that in the Air Force Reserve at the Strategic Area Mandate at Fort Worth, the Cardinal. I worked in civilian life, and so I had a real world job in the computer industry. I trained at IBM and then went into the industry in Dallas, and I paid for what research I did at home.
So a lot of your research was actually very private.
Very private, and the reality now secrecy that I just wanted to understand how they found out what I was doing.
Well, so then apparently they did find out that you were dabbling in technology that you say they were doing more than just dabbling in, and they brought you into their wing. And by that, you do name names. Dr. Maxfield, an associate of Edward Tellers, is that correct?
That's correct.
And tell the people one more time, if you would, in the best layman's terms that you can muster up, what kind of craft we have now. What are called flying saucers. Ours, not theirs.
Okay, the ones that we have made are in two categories. Aircraft move the air electrically around the aircraft to make it suck itself forward, or electromagnetically, which uses electricity and magnetism in certain flowing patterns in and around through the craft to make it move relative to gravity or inertial field.
Let me try this. What are these craft capable of? What speeds can they attain? Can they leave the atmosphere without a problem? And so forth.
The later craft, the electromagnetic ones, yes, they can leave the atmosphere. The ones I was designing were limited to atmospheric flight. The later stuff that I was shown and later studies could do things that probably the Philadelphia experiment touched upon, where you can actually gauge between two areas in a very short space of time, almost like dimensional jumping. Again, I'm not an expert in that area. I only know what I saw in the assembly area and the papers that I was asked to read on the subject at that time.
Is this kind of a bending of space or a jumping across, or how would you describe it?
Sorry, the mail coming in over your channels from all of these very interesting comments.
I'm sure you'll find it very diverting.
Well, very rude. Okay,
I'm sure.
all right. Sorry, repeat your question.
My question was, it wasn't a bending of space, or is that what you describe it, bending of space, or jumping across?
As far as I understand, it's like what Einstein's law setting, we can have mass operating in the same area but at different frequencies. Certainly, light can be bent using these called overlapping fields. I've seen that myself in the lab. Beyond that, I can only guess to do something like the hyperspace jump that you see in the Wi-Fi channels or Star Trek or something like that, like space. If that is the case, theoretically, even light is not a limit velocity.
Now, here's a good question for you also, Alex. If we have the kind of technology that you are talking about, then, and we've been developing it generally since about the 50s, which is what I believe you said, why in the world did we engage in such an expensive, stupid space race to go to the moon and all the rest of that? I mean, was it all a charade?
No, not entirely. I understand you have to justify or explain R&D in a lot of areas that we needed for our own technology. If you have a bona fide space research program, what you do is you go out to various contractors and say to them, will you make this part or this box do such and such? You have these kind of beats coming in, and we want these kind of beats coming out. Your parameters go to it and send it to us at this place. And so contractors can make things that can be used in both programs or in space research in general, never knowing what the final product looks like when we put it all together. So it allows you to get a government or public budget for something that is really not the open arena, the black budget legally.
So you claim that we have ongoing black budgets and black projects that are dealing with and enhancing and continuing to build these craft that so many people see flaw.
Yes.
Is there going to come a point, Stan, when all of this is going to be made public? Is the government, in your view, going to come out and say, all right, people like Stan Deyo and so many others have blown it wide open, we might as well admit it? Will there be the equivalent of the Hazel O'Leary coming out and saying, yes, we poisoned the children or whatever?
Yes, it will come out. And I'm not sure whether it's purely because of my pushing or Stanton Friedman or John Leary and the rest. Most of us know each other as far as what information has been released. And we're concerned that it will come out in a manner that is not exactly true, but people believe the lie. I got to tell you that I'm a student of the Bible and Hebrew and things like that. No particular religion, I'm just a student of those things. And certainly in the Genesis 6 account, there's a lot of discussion about all four words, sons of God, Nephilim, this kind of stuff, coming down to earth a long time ago, interbreeding with our people. There are Sumerian records, there are Vedic records, there are Egyptian records. You just can't really ignore it. So from this particular aspect, I tend to study the Hebrew and Christian philosophies and Nostradamus and a few others that talk about things that could be happening now that we have scientific proof of, if you wish. And so I tend to, think like maybe these prophecies are correct.
All right, you are way off in Australia, but apparently you are through the internet very well connected. I presume you are familiar with the story of Bob Lazar.
Oh yeah, I'll be you take it.
All right, good. Bob Lazar also describes technology somewhat similar to what you are describing. He claims to have worked on or claims to have been back engineering what he thought, I say again, what he thought were alien spacecraft. Is it possible that what he was working on was an experiment of a craft that is indeed ours, not theirs?
Possible, but I believe that we have other beings here. Understand, before 1952, we didn't have these things, so we had reports of them. Okay? I mean, this has been reports from scientific contacts for hundreds of years in our history. The crash in 1898, I think it was, in Texas, with the UFO that hit the water tower at Small Town came down. These things would indicate that they've been here before we built. So he may have actually been back engineering some little critter's crap, I don't know. The biblical accounts and the Vedic accounts and the Sumerian accounts talk about humanoid with superpowers, like that.
Yeah. Are you there? Are you there?
Yeah, sorry. We just had a glitch on the line.
All right. All right, so you consider it possible there are others here, and yet at the same time you're telling us straight out that we have this technology, we have these craft, we've had them for some time, And if not all, then a good bunch of ones that people see fly. And I'm pretty well believing that people see these things because I've seen one myself. Yes, I'm sorry to say I have. I was almost afraid to admit it publicly, Stan, but I have seen it. I saw a triangular craft that floated just above my head. And there's no mistaking, it was close. It was, no, Stan, believe me, I saw it. And I'm taking a lot of heat for that, for admitting that I did, but I did. I live near Area 51. You think that Area 51 is not the center of the kind of activity that we've been talking about anymore? Is that correct?
Well, I don't know if it ever was, but certainly I do know that when we have a bigger project, we don't hang a sign up just a bigger project. Please don't come in here, we'll shoot you. You never even know it exists. It could be like a bakery shop or a Piggly Wiggly delivery place, and you'd never know.
All right, now I want to move to another area quickly, and that is that tricky little paragraph about finding out things I might not want to know. And you said, well, this is panic, or to begin to stockpile things, or to move. Specifically, Stan, what do you believe is about to happen?
Well, okay. Scientifically, or like at least analyzing data and trying to extrapolate it, I see that we are moving into extreme periods of earthquake and volcanic activity on the planet, things that we have not seen in a long time. The United States is going to suffer a great deal on the West Coast, up to the Madrid Fault Line, and in Florida. Europe is North Africa, Northwest Africa, Spain, and the Mediterranean is also going to suffer a great deal of activity. Japan is probably going to be hit the worst. I can see the heat patterns building up under it on the satellite photos. In my guess, and this is certainly just a guess, I'm not an expert here, I would say that in the immediate future, talking in months, we're going to see some earthquake activity in Japan that will be astounding. I don't know when Scallions forecast is a great Japanese earthquake, but certainly we have graphs here that show traditional periods of activity. And there's one in mid-October, one in mid-November, one in late mid-December, and then we skip over to January, mid to late January, and then a dead period for a while. So I'm watching that area very closely for the next 4 months.
All right, so that people might understand how you are reaching these conclusions. These are pretty frightening things. What is going on with the Earth, or what is man doing, or what is happening that's going to precipitate this?
Well, man is not responsible for all of this. We're talking large dynamics here, planetary dynamics. The sun itself has done something rather strange, and over the last 5 years, solar physicists have noticed new frequencies coming out of the sun. They emit characteristic frequencies all the time. And one particular study has suggested that a couple of these higher frequencies are being absorbed by plankton, or phytoplankton in the ocean, or various other suspended solids in the ocean, and causing abnormal heating. This in turn breeds more of the phytoplankton and archaeobacteria and various other things that are breeding, which absorbs more heat, and then the water actually changes density when it gets hot. So you have cold water versus hot water densities, which is putting differential pressures on like weights on the surface of the Earth, causing more earthquake stress. And this is from a Japanese paper on the subject in the last year. I look at these things and try to take the NASA data we can get a hold of and build it into graphic pictures so that we can understand it at a glance. I wish there was a way that we could show you that, because I can certainly send it to you if you have some kind of a web page. You could share it with folks.
I do have a web page.
Do you?
Yeah. If you go to the web browser, and simply enter Archbell, it will take you right there.
All right. Okay, well, I'll do that, and I won't do it just now. I'll have to do it as we get off the air.
Yeah, please, yes. All right. Now, I would like to let the audience ask you a couple of questions. They're very obviously very anxious to do that. So I'm going to put it with what time we have left, and I'm going to carry it to the top of the hour.
All right, you want me to read you the questions they've been asking over the IRC? Because it's my board is actually flooded here with
I'm
questions.
sure it is. Sure, if you want to answer a couple of the good ones, go ahead.
There's a guy named Tremor, Tremor.
Okay, I would rather not use any last names.
No, this is all nicknames. You don't have to-
All right, yes, I do. All right, go ahead.
Okay. Tremor has started in, could you on the air tell us if these craft have gone into space? Answer, yes, they certainly have. Sorry, just one of those rude questions came across.
Well, yeah, I encourage you, even though the internet is fun and all, and chat channels are fun, it will be diverting for you to try to concentrate, so you really ought to sort of not concentrate on that for a while.
Okay, I'll turn them off. We'll look at it later. Take your phone calls. We'll go by the phone line.
Yeah, let's do that. All right, here we go. West of the Rockies, you're on the air, believe it or not, with Sandeo in Perth, Australia.
Oh, hi, how's it going?
Okay.
My name is Joe. I'm from Aurora Brandy.
Yes.
I was wondering, the craft that you're working on,
Yeah.
do they, how do gravity A and gravity B waves correspond with the electromagnetic propulsion that you're talking about?
Are you speaking in terms of what Bob Lazar presented, are you?
Yeah.
Okay, I had not used terminology like Bob is doing, and I don't know Bob. But my understanding of how these fields, the new fields work, and I certainly haven't got mine to work yet,
Very quickly.
is that the one of the three vectors of overlapping magnetic fields is opened, and the other two cancel in two right-angled fields, which produces thrust in the Earth's field. That's it's very simplified, but I hope that says something to you.
Well, I don't know that it said anything to me, but it sounds like if it's true that somebody's going to come and see you pretty soon with a suit on, Stan. I'm at the bottom of the hour, so hold on down under there, all right? That's Sandeo in Perth, Australia. We'll come back and do another half hour with your questions.
You're listening to What Goes Solar Inside. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from September 14th, 1995. You're listening to Rock Bell, Solar in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from September 14th, 1995.
Good morning from the high desert. I'm Mark Bell. I have a very special guest online all the way from Perth, Australia. His name is Sandeo. He's got a lot of very incredible things to say, and in just a moment we're going to get back to him. I must tell you, I'm getting faxes at a rate that I can possibly handle. Just a couple of them for you. Standing there.
Yes, I am.
Back to Perth, Australia. All right, here's one fax. Hello, Art. Like your guest, I know of him. I was in a group that designed the simulators. HISS simulators, signed anonymous with no fax header. Does that sound right to you?
Well, what can I say? I don't know who it could have been. Certainly, I have a couple people in mind, but I don't know if they would do a thing like that. I don't know what the ever mean anyway.
I understand. Well, they signed it anonymous, and there's no way I can trace it. And then,
Might be somebody just trying to have a bit of fun.
yeah, well, maybe. Then there's Hi Art. Please continue to prompt your guests on the things that we may not want to know. Thanks, Jeff in Las Vegas.
Okay. All right. Well, look. Can I go for it here?
Go for it.
Okay. Art. Disregarding my history with the government and the flying disc research and all that kind of stuff, if you just start back probably 18 years ago when I started researching why things were being covered up and what was really happening behind the scenes in the world in various areas, I came across some Christian folk and some Jewish folks and rabbis and things that I studied with. And what has amazed me over the last 18 years is that my scientific research has shown that it is very probable, almost immediately, that things that these prophecies have been talking about will be happening to our planet. And to give you an example of this, I mean, what I'm going to tell you about, I can see happening from scientific evidence in our next decade sometime. Massive earthquake increases in diverse places all over the planet. A comet hitting the Earth in the oceans and polluting the water and a lot of the rivers in around the area and killing a lot of sea life and marine travelers at the time. The Earth actually rocking on its axis, possibly shifting its magnetic polar orientation at the moment. The sun actually going dark either from a dark cloud or dust cloud coming in between it and us, or from the sun emitting particles in the solar wind, which is certainly okay at the moment, but could become unstable. All of these things are mentioned in Christian and Nostradamus and various other prophecies. Mother Shipman in England, as you would have seen possibly if you read Nexus magazine in the States.
Yes, well, what bothers me, what unnerves me terribly, is that I hear it from Gordon Michael Scallion. I hear it from others who would call themselves prophets or visionaries or intuitives or whatever. Doesn't matter, it's just a name. And then I hear it from people like you who are basing it not so much on a prophecy or of any sort, biblical or otherwise, but scientific evidence.
I know, and believe me, Art, people can interpret scientifically data in about a zillion different ways. I've tried to be as objective about it as I can. I hate being labeled a prophet or something like that, but I cannot ignore the increase in all the disasters. It has happened as we thought it would so far, and I'm concerned that people will not understand what the whole thing is about on the planet before it gets there. That's why I wrote the book. I've tried to explain a lot more. In fact, a lot of the questions are being answered or asked over the air.
All right, well, you're in Australia now.
Yep.
How will Australia fare in these large earth changes?
Our west coast is probably going to suffer a bit of water damage, possibly a fracture line almost down the middle of the country. Certainly I can see evidence of it on the stress chart. The northeastern Australian area up near the Indonesian islands and New Zealand and Solomon will suffer tidal wave or tsunami damage and possibly some quake as this progresses, because that whole area is just terribly active.
All right, and so that we all understand how you're predicting this again, you're looking at charts that show you heating in places that you interpret to mean a magma shift is going on, a major magma shift. Is that correct?
I think that's what's causing it, yes. I'm also analyzing USGS earthquake data from the United States Geophysical Service on a daily basis, and I have a way to present the data graphically that lets us see a little bit more of the pattern.
All right, let's go to the phones again. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stan. Hello.
Yes, this is Karen in Houston, and hey, Stan, I've read some of what you've written, and I've been a long time wanting to talk to you, fella. There's an organization here in Houston, and it's akin to MUFON.
Yes.
And I dropped in on some of their meetings, and I was at the library, and I checked out one of your books, and I would like to ask you something very simple, but you don't have to respond if you don't want to.
All right.
All right, I've been very concerned about this topic. I'm like you, I read everything I can get my hands on and talk to everybody I can. When it comes to the grand experiment, is that part of what you're talking about? As far as those who are hovering above us?
Yes.
Okay.
Not so much an experiment as it is a resolution of a conflict that occurred out there.
Now, one
All right.
moment, please, both of you. I don't know what you're both talking about. Who wants to explain it?
Let's Kara.
Well, are we talking about the same thing now, Stan? About the 33rd? 33rd level?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we're discussing it, but go ahead and explain to the audience. Go ahead.
Well, something I read that had your name on it as being the author of it. It was a booklet kind of a thing, talking about the Masonic order and those above the 33rd level. And I have talked with a world traveler who has told me that the 34th and 35th are the ones who will come out and will take charge of things.
All right, well, listen, let's hold it there. I think we've got enough to know what she was, the road she was going down.
Karen, to start with, I don't recognize the article that you're saying. I mean, certainly if it has my name on it, it doesn't necessarily mean I wrote it. We have been finding a lot of stuff that people have been trying to write on my behalf floating around. I'm aware of the Masonic organizations around the planet, particularly the Grand Orient Lodge in Europe, and their relationship to the so-called Illuminati or the New World Order. Certainly I still hold to that position, but the conflict I'm talking about is what in the Bible Belt we call the angelic conflict, or the conflict up in the heavens, out there amongst the beings that created us back in the Garden of Eden type, or courtroom or whatever. That's is where I would be coming from, Karen.
All right. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Stan Dale. Hello.
Hi, Stan, this is Gecko,
Where are you, sir?
Reno.
Okay, turn your radio off.
All
All right, go ahead. Do you have a question?
Yeah,
Well, he's not turning his radio off, so we're moving on. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stan Dale. Hello.
This is Escondido Pogo.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask your guest why he was expelled from the Air Force Academy. I believe he said that. Whether he has any scientific degrees or achievements, and why would he work in Australia on a classified U.S. aircraft? I know of only one base there, it's at Alice Springs, which is a listening post once run by CRW.
All right, stay on the line and let him answer. Stan?
Okay. First question, I resigned, as did 180 others. If you look at the newspapers at the time in 64, you'll see that 180 cadets resigned. The first press release was that we were cheating on exams. The U.S. government later recanted and admitted that we had a disciplinary disagreement with U.S. Air Force for becoming involved in cadet activities to the point of hypnosis. And we had passed our final exams, or waived them, because we refused to take them if they didn't get out of our affairs.
Wait a minute, you say you were expelled for hypnosis?
No, we quit. We resigned because we were tired of the Air Force being involved, in our cadet activities, to the point of hypnotizing us and using high-speed flash queuing and things which we didn't volunteer for. There were a number of other issues as well, but this is what we resigned over, and there were members of all classes that resigned, and it was such a big scandal that they just swept it under the carpet. So after that, I didn't finish and get a degree. I studied on my own back wherever I was. And certainly you are correct. TRW was one of the contractors, and they still be at Alice Springs and Pine Gap. But it's a DARPA project that the Navy primarily controlled in the beginning with MHD stuff.
Why would they work in Australia rather than the United States?
Well, because there's a lot of open space down here to do research on what we want to do, and there wasn't as much chance of running into people like would be in the States. There's not many places, even Arizona, that are quite as isolated as we are down here.
That would make sense. That is one of the most isolated, I think you dubbed it the most isolated city in the world, Stan?
It is, and to the caller there, the Alice Springs facility is only one of 5 bases that we have down here that I'm aware of, and it's in the middle of a desert that is in the area where they are. It's an Aboriginal reserve, and you're not even allowed on that reserve. It's like Indian reservation territory. You can't even get close.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on there with Stan Dale in Perth, Australia.
Yeah, this is Don in Wichita, and I wanted to ask if your guest, Stan, has read Holy Blood, Holy Grail.
Yes, I have.
The kind of young question would be, you know, Father Saint's dealings with France prior to the Gulf War, getting nuclear reactors. Do you think he understands the relationship of southern France and Jerusalem and has some insights into technologies that we may not want him to know?
Actually, I'll probably get a hand slap for this, but I think so. I know that he thought Hitler hung the moon. He studied everything about him, including his esoteric sciences. So yes, I think he does.
All right. First time caller line. You are Dan calling from San Antonio, Texas.
San Antonio.
Okay.
And I want to ask Dan if he, I know Lear has some feelings about a demonic aspect to this, and Noria Hayakawa seems to be heading in the same direction in terms of biblical prophecy.
Yeah, I agree with Noria.
And I wanted you to address specifically the relationship of the government involvement with what might be that particular aspect first, and then second, whether there's a dual aspect to the otherworldliness of the situation. And I'll just listen to it on the phone. Thanks.
On the radio. Okay, thank you. If I understand correctly what you said, the government's participation in this is very confusing at the moment. It is comprised of a lot of people of differing philosophy. From the biblical aspect, there are a lot of us, including Noria, I think, that are seeing that the prophecies which speak of Babylon, the new Babylon of the day, does include the United States, if not particularly target the United States as a Babylon of the day, which is not a good thing because it tells people who are members of that community of Babylon to get out of it so they are not afflicted by the same judgment that are going to strike that land. Now, again, this is interpreting prophecy and code from a long time ago. We may be wrong, but that is where we're heading. That government, our government, the U.S. government, may actually be in charge of the new Babylon, the confusion of this age. So the second question, Art, can you remember the second question?
No, I'm sorry. I certainly can't.
Sorry, it's slipped my
That one
mind.
floated away. That was a tough answer. Hi, Art. Chilling, very chilling. Would you spell Sam's last name? It is Deyo. And you mentioned that you've got a website, Sam?
Not yet. I have an email. Do we give them that or not?
Yeah, if you want to give an email address there in Perth, Australia, go ahead.
All right. It's one word, STANDEYO, @IINET, period, NET, period, AU.
AU at the end?
Yeah, that's for Australia.
All right, well, I see. I hope everybody got that. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stan Dale. Hi.
Hi, this is Stan in San Diego.
Yes.
I just want to ask, if this has been going on for so long, how come, how come it hasn't been leaked earlier than this?
Well, I think it has. I mean, there have been a lot of people like Professor James McDonald that suicided out in Arizona Hospital when he tried to leak information. People like, what was the business over in Florida? Connected with the Vero Project anyway. There's been enough people that tried to leak it very hard and just got AIDS.
Well, all right, so how come you're not worried about being AIDS?
I was in the beginning. I ran in this country when I broke with my controllers and, grew a beard and used a couple of, somewhat clever techniques to hide for a few months until I figured out how I was going to fight them. And then I came out and I published names. I named names without any question about it. I named names and places and people. And to this day, I've never heard from them. They've gone to ground and tucked their tail between their legs because they don't want any publicity.
So in other words, they figured once it's out, the best road is to leave you alone.
Either that, or to help me and perhaps feed me data that would steer me the way they wanted to go. I don't know. I've been very aware of that possibility as well.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stan Deo in Perth, Australia.
This is Amy in Mississippi.
Yeah, in Mississippi, yes.
Yes. Oh, you mentioned earthquake on the New Madrid fault. Can you tell me how far south that goes?
I don't have the map in front of me, but I would say in Mississippi it would be, from what I've seen on the USGS chart, certainly you can get it, it would be north of you, but the damage from the change of the course of the Mississippi may be the problem in the south. I'm not a prophet. I'm just kind of estimating where I see fault lines appearing up north of you there. There's intense activity north of you, probably one state away, as I recall.
Mm-hmm.
I hesitate to tell people to start packing their bags and moving.
Well, judging from what you've said, thank you, in Mississippi, judging from what you've said, where would people move to, Stan?
I don't have an answer to that. I think it's time people kind of start looking at their spirituality and wonder what they do in the next life, because I don't think that there's going to be a lot of safe places on the planet.
So you, very much like John Lear, would advise people to enjoy your life, enjoy your families, and don't look too hard at what's ahead, because you might not want to know.
Certainly I would advise you to enjoy your life and your family, but on the other hand, I would encourage you to give some thought that if such a thing, if it does happen in your lifetime, is there an afterlife? Do we go on beyond this and explore this? Certainly, these are areas I've talked about in the magazine and in the book, because I think it's important. At this point, we cannot avoid what is coming. We've got to look at whether we're going to live after we die.
In other words, that's the best thing to look forward to, because the cataclysm that's coming is coming.
There are things we haven't even begun to discuss about new money systems and things that I know are in place and are about to be put down across the planet that are, again, biblical prophecy. And that is not a natural disaster. That's a man-made catastrophe. There's just so many things that make it unbearable if you don't have a life after this. There's not a lot to look forward to.
Okay. We're about out of time, Stan. Internet addresses are very difficult. Give it one more time.
All right. STANDEYO. @ that's the little A with the curly around it.
Right.
IINET, full stop, or what do you call it, period, NET, period, AU.
And that will get emailed to you.
Yeah, probably zillions of emails, but anyway, yes, I'll try to answer them.
All right. What time is it there now in Australia?
It is now 3:56 in the afternoon on site. We have sampled your day, and it's going to be a nice day from what we see.
Stan, I cannot thank you enough. It has been fascinating. I don't know what to believe. But I'm a good listener, and you certainly are a good teller of stories. And
All right, I'm going to send you some photographic data for you to use on your webpage. It's the only way I know that we can share it with the folks, and I'll certainly do that.
And I certainly will share it. Stan, thank you. From Perth, Australia, that was Stan Deyo. Wow. That's got to cause you to swallow hard a couple of times. When we come back, we'll switch gears. I've got a big announcement coming up. Don't go away.
Joseph Wachtell, Solar in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from September 14th, 1995. You're listening to Walk Bell, Solar in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from September 14th, 1995.
You may begin to learn that I'm not like other talk show hosts. I do things that are different. I concentrate not only on current events, world news, politics, but a lot of other things. And I have a lot of curiosities, and I follow them. And this is yet another case of that. This involves a man who sent me actually again, it was email yesterday. And here's what he sent me. I own an air conditioning business, and I've been trained in the effects of CFC venting. I tried desperately to get hold of you this morning, but was unsuccessful due to the 800 lines crashing. That's another subject we'll cover. Please call me tonight at blah, 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 between 11 and 3 Central Time. And I'd be elated to fill in my fellow listeners on the facts concerning the hole in the ozone layer. This is a very serious problem, and it needs to be addressed. With high regards, Pat. Well, a lot of conservatives, I am not one of them, incidentally, think that the whole ozone layer thing is a bunch of absolute horse elimination. And that there is no, well, there is a hole in the ozone, but it's no big deal. Now, the other day, the UN, through U.S. satellite imagery, detected the hole over the Antarctic to be the size, they said, of Europe. We then got a report saying that the ozone depletion over the U.S. since the mid-1950s is 10%. That, if true, is really serious. Now, I know that a lot of you out there think it's a bunch of bunk. Let's talk to somebody in the business and see what he thinks. So here he comes. His name is Pat. Pat, do you want to give your last name on the air?
No.
No? You're in New Orleans, right?
Yeah, WODT.
Who dat?
That's right.
All right. Pat, if you would, you say that this ozone layer hole is a real problem.
Yeah, absolutely. They haven't proven that freon causes this problem, but they have eliminated every other possibility. So I guess that's just their way of saying that's it, but we're not going to say we proved it.
All right, well, let's back up a little bit before we get to freon and CFCs. The ozone layer, or the ozone layer above us, do you believe the figures the scientists give us about a 10% depletion above North America?
Absolutely.
You do?
Absolutely.
Do you believe them when they say the size of the measured size of the hole above the Antarctic is the size of Europe, bigger than ever previously been measured?
And without a doubt, it's only going to get bigger.
What is the best evidence that would suggest that you've learned that CFCs are the culprit?
Well, the way they do it is it takes 10 to 15 years for them to get up there. That's even the scariest part, because we don't even know what's going to happen in 10 to 15 years from what's already been invented before we had to not do it at all. Although there are people doing it. But anyway, the carbon atoms, once they reach ultraviolet rays, are broken away from the freon, from the chlorofluoromethane, and they become singular. And what they do is steal an oxygen atom away from ozone, which is O3,
Right.
turning it into oxygen. And then they let that oxygen atom go, and they grab another, and then another. And one carbon atom can destroy millions of ozone atoms.
One carbon atom can destroy millions of ozone atoms. What created, or maybe I'm beyond your scope here, but the ozone layer now that shields us from some of the harmful radiation from the sun, how is that maintained? Lightning, I know when we have a lightning strike, that creates ozone. Is that ozone that enters the layer then?
I'm not really sure. I know that up until 50 years ago, there wasn't any problem with it. There wasn't any global warming. And mass production of air conditioning started about 50 years ago. And then it started then too.
And the problem has been measurably larger
Absolutely.
in that period of time. So you don't think it's a bunch of ideological baloney. You think it is a real danger.
Absolutely. So you can imagine just one carbon atom can they don't know how long it stays up there before it's destroyed itself. There could be carbon atoms that were put up there in the 1950s still to this day.
All right, let us, for the sake of discussion, say that CFCs are the culprit. What do we have to look forward to? Are we still venting at a rate that will produce destruction, or have we changed enough, for example, in your business, air conditioning, so that the whole thing is going to get bad, maybe a little worse, and then get better?
Well, what we have to worry about are the third world countries, second world countries who aren't bounded by any restrictions UN may bring about, and restricted definitely the U.S. has restricted. I don't vent any longer. There are people in the business who do. It still goes on, but we have to worry about all these countries coming up that are industrializing, that are still allowed to make this stuff and produce it, and it will be high demand because of the UN restrictions on it. And everybody else is going to do it anyway.
What did they teach you in school about the effects of the thinning ozone? In other words, what does it mean to us?
In a nutshell, it means we're going to get cooked by the sun.
Well, cooked?
Well, if the ozone layer is depleted to the point where it doesn't protect us from the sun's rays, the planet's going to get warmer. If nothing else, skin cancer is going to run rampant. It'll just be a long, slow deterioration of the planet, I believe.
All right, Pat, you're outside. Everybody should know you're outside. I take it you do your business at this time of the morning.
No, actually, I'm moonlight. I have a newspaper out.
I see.
I'm going to go get it.
Yeah, all right. So, what percentage of people in your business, since you haven't given your last name, you can surely tell us, in this country, do you think are illegally still venting Freon, CFCs?
At least 20%.
Oh, great.
Like all other things, the federal government doesn't have the money to enforce their laws, and a lot of people know this, and they're just continuing to do it. You can fall within their guidelines and still get away with it. That's definitely possible. Cover your tracks,
Yes. Why would it, let me understand, why would it be to anybody's advantage to go ahead and vent it instead of, what is done with it? What do you do with it?
Well, we're supposed to suck it out of the equipment with a separate compressor and a portable machine into a drum, and then we turn it in, and it's reclaimed, and then recycled and put back up for sale. We don't really get anything for turning it in, except the extra time that we get to do it. It takes a lot more time.
Well, why then not? Remember early in our childhoods, Pat, when the landscape was littered with Coke bottles and Pepsi bottles, and they started giving a return, a few cents return. All of a sudden, there are people out there picking the stuff up.
Right.
If they were to offer you some amount of money, some incentive to recycle this stuff, would that change it?
Well, actually, at first they did. They were paying us pennies on the pound for it, but it was something. And now they have such a low turnover. I guess they're not making money that they switched from that and started charging handling charges.
Oh, God. So, in other words, there's actually a disincentive then.
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Hold on just a moment, Pat. We'll be right back to you. Back now to Pat. Pat, are you there?
Right here.
Okay, I would like to let a couple of people who, whenever we discuss this subject, Pat, I get a lot of very angry faxes saying, oh my God, you bought into this whole UN business about the ozone, and it's such a lie. The American people are being lied to. It's the liberals trying to change our industrial nation into something else. And I'd like to give a couple of those people, if they want to, an opportunity to ask you a question or two or challenge you.
Absolutely, bring them on.
Bring them on, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, folks, you know the numbers. Pat is here. He says this is real. Let's do that. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Pat in New Orleans. Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, this is Pete Melvin,
Okay.
and I have a question.
Yes, sir.
It actually relates to the previous guest.
Well, then,
there.
well, I'm sorry, sir. Our previous guest is gone.
How did that happen? Because it sounded like he was coming back on again, or in fact he was holding.
No, he was not home.
Okay.
All right.
Could I get the phone number for him where I could get him $2, please?
No, he never gave that. He gave an internet address, sir, and that's what you're going to have to use. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Pat in New Orleans. Hi.
Yeah, I'm calling from Montana, Pacific TS 1510.
Yes, sir.
And I understand from some scientists and from Scallion Gulf that Pinatubo and other volcanoes are putting so much more stuff into the atmosphere that's detrimental to the ozone layer that what we're doing is just a drop in the bucket.
It's a good point, or a good question, and one that is most frequently raised, Pat. They say, look, CFCs are nothing, volcanoes are throwing enough up there to do in the ozone.
Well, my reply to that is over 5 years or less, the volcanic fallout is gone from the ozone and it's able to recover. On the other hand, carbon from the CFCs remains up there indefinitely.
Indefinitely?
Well, they haven't figured out how long it's lasted. It's a growing problem, so it must be an extended amount of time.
I mean, I struggle with this, Pat, also. When you went to school for all this, and they taught you about all this, how definitive were they in their belief that it was CFCs that were doing the damage?
Well, like I said before, they basically told us we have eliminated all other possibilities. There's nothing else going on in the world that could get that much. They know carbon is the problem, the carbon atom, stealing the oxygen atom from the ozone. But they just will not come out and say that CFC binning is doing it, although the EPA is pretty hard about it, and we came under regulation, quite hard regulation, all at once.
west of the Rockies, you're on the air with Pat in New Orleans. Would have been. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Pat in New Orleans. Hello.
Yes, this is Randy in Oklahoma City.
Yes, hi, Randy.
Hi. And I work with Ozone at the Oklahoma City water treatment plant. First pilot plant there. But in any case, the ozone is replenished in the outer atmosphere. It's from the ultraviolet light that creates it. Whenever you run off your
Roswell,
you get a copy machine. You'll get that sand. That's ozone. Now just want to throw that into you.
Alright, so you're saying copying machines and that sort of thing?
Yeah, they do create it, but that won't go to the atmosphere and help build that up because it won't last for lightning also.
Alright, I've heard of projects that actually talk about launching rockets or even launching rockets from high altitude aircraft to try and replenish the ozone that is in the ozone layer. You heard about that, Pat?
Yeah.
So maybe we better begin thinking about something like that. First time caller line, you're on the air with Pat New Orleans. Hi.
Good morning. I'm calling from Houston.
Yes.
My question is there anything that will correct the fact that the ozone is depleting? Is there anything we can do? Will it ever get done? Or are we just going to head on the same course that we're having, or we're just going to deplete it entirely?
Sure. That's a tough question for a guy in the air conditioning business. You want to try? Go ahead, Pat.
If we are stopped today and not another time was into the atmosphere, 15 years down the road, what we have left might start building back up. From all evidence I've seen, we're definitely not, as United States citizens and well, the United States companies will stop, but second and third world countries won't. They'll from it. And we're back.
Suppose, what did they tell you, Pat, about the complete loss of our ozone layer? Suppose we would actually lose our ozone layer, it's depleted and went away. Could we survive?
I really don't believe we could. Maybe if we went underground, I don't think we could live underground very long.
Another thing that I've never fully understood, Pat, is the relationship between the depleting ozone layer and general global warming. Is there supposedly a relationship?
There's evidence that points to that. I believe it all ties in there. I believe the ozone is depleting, and that's causing that, and also the increased seismic activity and everything you talked about tonight, really. It all ties in.
You know, I have this funny feeling you might see that. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Pat in New Orleans.
Hi, Pat.
I got
Hi. Both of you. I live at 19 degrees north latitude, about 155 degrees west longitude. There's a volcano out here called Kilauea, and it's been erupting for 14 years. Every day it pumps out over 500 tons of hydrogen sulfide. When the lava gets down the ocean, it's hydrogen chloride. All that stuff is going into the atmosphere over the last, since 83. So, TFC is just like we call it the drop in a bucket.
So you don't believe the whole thing?
No, I don't think the CSPs are probably the ozone there.
You don't realize the amount that are being expanded also. They create a big factory, sometimes 10,000 and thousands or even hundreds of thousands of pounds a day just because it's cost effective to do that other than shut down and repair the leaks.
Well, the volcano, as I just told you, for the last, since 83, January 3rd, 1983, hundreds of tons a day coming out of Kilauea to the atmosphere.
But how long does that stuff stay up there? That's the question.
Well, the next is well, so far today, we've had kind of no winds around the Big Island down here. And we have a phenomenon called fog. And it's been hanging around, making it makes it look like Los Angeles, unfortunately, until the trade winds come. And we're talking hundreds of times more pollutants into the air from not only the Pinatubo, but the other volcanoes around the Ring of Fire. There was one that went off down the South Pacific too a couple months ago, making New Island. And there's just plenty of them. CFC is, like you say, thousands of pounds. No comparison to hundreds of tons every day.
In other words, okay, well, I appreciate the call, obviously, from the large island of Hawaii. He's saying in essence, what a lot of conservatives argue, that what man does is just absolutely nothing compared to what Mother Nature is doing. How do you argue with that, Pat?
Well, let me say this, volcanoes erupt, and most of what comes out from the main and the lower atmosphere, it doesn't reach the upper ozone, and when the ultraviolet rays are constantly building and destroying ozone, the carbon atom actually raises very stably. That's the problem with the Freon. It's so stable, it stays together for so long that it finally reaches the upper echelon and finally gets broken apart. All the damage is being done from the outside in by the carbon atom, whereas everything the planet is doing is happening from the inside out, and most of the effects come back down to the planet rather than go up.
And one might also argue that volcanism has been going on and was in fact more active, I suppose, many years before we ever even thought to measure or even look at the ozone layer. So if that was depleting and killing it, why it ought to be gone by now?
Really?
So listen, Pat, I thank you for joining us. I'm going to run along because I've got a newscast coming up, but I really did want to hear from somebody in the business. You're in the business, and that's your view, and it's funny, I would have thought that somebody in your business would have thought this whole ozone thing was a big conspiracy to cost a lot of people a lot of money and, you know, go to other substances to air condition, and there's a million conspiracy theories out there, but you don't think it's a conspiracy, do you?
Well, at first, most of us did, but once we learned about it and saw the facts and were presented with all the evidence, a lot of the decision that it really was the problem. And I don't want to be a part of destroying ozone layer.
Pat, thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. That's Pat. He's in the air conditioning business in the Big Easy. Do that. I'm going to bring on and let him tell you what he thinks. As for me, we'll be back.
Silver in Time on Premier Radio Network. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from September 14, 1995.
I've got another fax here on the ozone, and I'm going to read it to you, and if you want to argue with it, you're welcome to. I don't think I do. I think this business on the ozone is one that I buy into. I do believe the depletion is measurable. It has been measured. Some of our best scientists agree that it is current. I don't know that it's CFCs, and I can't guarantee it's not volcanoes. I just think that the measurements of the depletion are real. And therefore, we as people who walk around down here need to pay attention to it. I'll get to the facts in a moment. Very interesting. And I also want to mention that our network has made a decision, a very bold decision, to publish some of the most incredible photographs you've ever seen in your whole life. The photographs of the crash debris at Roswell/Socorro. I have no idea what's on it, and I don't know what crash it is. I can tell you this. In the photographs, you will see the I-beams with the lit inscriptions on them. In the other photograph, you will see the panels from the boxes designed to be used by creatures with 6 fingers. These will be clear, distinct photographs. They will shock you. They will add to the credibility of the Roswell photographs that we published the previous month. If you order now, and of course we're way ahead of this now, but if you order now, you will indeed get that issue, and you call the same number to get our newsletter, which is presently $29.95 for a year. That price is going up. It's a damn good time to order. The number again, same number, order a program or to order the newsletter is 1-800-917-4270. All right, here we go. Very quickly, there has been a big, they say, break in Boston. The Serbs, in a late-night breakthrough, apparently have agreed to pull their guns back from Sarajevo. They say they can do it in 6 days. We have agreed to a 72-hour cessation in bombing. Now, if this leads to a comprehensive peace, it was announced that this is what scares the hell out of me, and I can tell you this right now. But it is now announced that 18,000 American soldiers will be required to go into Bosnia to police the peace. In other words, once we have successfully bombed them into an agreement to divide what used to be Yugoslavia into ethnic areas, 18,000 Americans will be required to go and keep peace. Or ever, I guess. Because all of the history teaches us the moment we leave, the moment the iron fist, whether it's ours, as in NATO's, or the Soviet Union's, which is what used to be police over there, the moment that hand leaves, the ethnic war will begin again. So, to me, it looks as though we are one step closer to solidifying what is going to be absolute madness for America. And I'm sorry to have to tell you. So we may have bombed them into a sort of temporary submission. And then we're going to have to send our men over there to police all this. We're going to be liked there about as much as the British are liked in Ireland. We are making a terrible, terrible mistake. Now, with regard to what you heard from Australia earlier, and what you heard from not quite a layman, a man in the air conditioning business about CFCs, the ozone, all the rest of the global warming that they talked about, hotspots that you can verify and have verified, and the earth changes and all the rest of it. Earthquakes in the center of the country yesterday, not big ones. South of Mexico City, a really big one, 7.2 on the Richter scale. You in California know what's been going on in Central California, a rash of small earthquakes. We are, in my opinion, and I'm not a visionary, I'm just a guy who interviews people, some of them strange, some of them believable, some not, but they all seem to point in the same general direction of something building. Well, do you want to talk about somebody, the quality of Lord Michael Scallion, or any of the myriad of other guests that I've had on? Don't you feel it? Don't you feel it? I do. We're building towards something. It is indeed, for the lack of a better word, a quickening. Some kind of quickening. You know, I've been getting faxes all day long on the earthquakes, the hurricanes. Hurricane Marilyn, by the way, now gathering strength and speed past Barbados and Martinique, headed toward the same four islands that took a battering last week. We are having one of the worst hurricane seasons in all of recorded history. It may in fact be that before it's over. O.J. Simpson, the prosecution is about done. They actually may rest today or Monday at the latest. Yesterday, a prosecution witness took issue with Dr. Henry Lee, well suspected, presenting evidence suggesting there may have been a second killer. He disputes that, said no, these footprints indeed are not footprints, but rather the imprint of Ron Goldman's blue jeans. So it was rather a second. The defense right now is on the ropes, I think. And the defense needs a desperate move. They need a big finish. They are going to have an opportunity. Their case in chief has not been rested. So in other words, they're going to be able to come back and do something. And they better do something. It is said O.J. Simpson is indeed depressed, thinks his chances of an outright acquittal have slipped or are slipping away quickly. There was somebody who faxed us the most intriguing facts yesterday about something O.J. Simpson or the defense team might pull. And here is a follow-up fact. Art, that was an interesting proposition. The facts are put forward last night regarding the possibility of O.J. taking the stand, then taking the Fifth Amendment during cross-examination. I ran it by a paralegal, and we came up with an interesting scenario. There is a distinct possibility O.J. will take this stand if Judge Ito denies the defense motion to allow testimony from FBI agent Fred Whitehurst. After direct examination, O.J. could mouth the exact words proposed by the faxer. In other words, I assert my right to take the fifth, just like Mark Furman did. Marcia Clark would, of course, go ballistic. Judge Ito would have to tell O.J. he had waived his Fifth Amendment rights and must testify. However, the cap would be under the bag. The jury would know the truth about Furman. Ito could instruct the jury to disregard the remark, but it would be for naught. O.J. would then be forced to submit to cross-examination, but with an unnerved, off-balance, and largely ineffective Marcia Clark. He might be found in contempt. The maximum sentence would be 6 months. If he were acquitted of murder charges, he'd have to be credited for time already served in the county jail. If he continued to refuse to answer questions, he could get 6 months on each count. But he could afford to work and a couple of other items the judges ruled inadmissible without risking additional jail. One final thought. We've heard O.J. do poorly on mock cross-examination. You've remarked on how Johnny Cochran always seems to know how to push Marcia Clark's buttons to get an emotional reaction. Could it be he's doing this in order to show O.J. how to handle her in the event he does need to testify? So I don't know. We talked about welfare. If you've got continuing comments on that, we had a big row about that yesterday, and you're certainly welcome to. The judge in the Oklahoma City bombing case Get this, refused to step down despite requests from both the defense and the prosecution. Instead, he's moved the case to Lawton, Oklahoma. I've got a lot of listeners in Lawton, Oklahoma, and I presume you will keep us very well indeed caught up on what's going on in Lawton, Oklahoma. All right, in just one moment, I've got a lot of catch up to do. We are going to open the phone lines. You know what the numbers are, and we're going to do the balance of the morning, two-way talk radio. Don't go away. Balance of the night, ladies and gentlemen, belongs to you. Open lines, wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello,
Hi.
Thanks, Mark, from Grand Oregon.
Hi, Mark.
And I was wondering, I'm going to be moving up in the next couple of days down to California, Southern California.
How do you feel about going the other way? I mean, a lot of people are leaving California and going to Oregon. And you're going from Oregon to California.
Well, I'm basically because of some of the employment where I'm at right now isn't too great. So I'm probably going to be going down there to look for work. I heard it's not too bad down there.
Well, I've never asked it the other way around, but it might be fun to do. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care, and good luck. Have a good move. You can take us with you. We'll be there. No, I don't know. I just understand Australia, and I listen to people with respect to the ozone and global warming. I have this, I know that the temptation for a lot of you is to say it's totally Looney Tunes. And I get taxes saying it is totally Looney Tunes. And I realize that at times a lot of it sounds like either the global warming, the volcanic action, the earth movement we're getting, the apparent warming of the ocean. They have made a lot of reference to that. The larger hurricane seasons, the disruptions we're going through, and I must tell you that I don't find it weird, but I do have a nagging feeling inside that something evil comes this way. Something is going to happen, and I can't shake it. I just can't shake it. Whether it's Scallion or any of the rest of them, they're all and there's got to be some sort of collective wisdom in that, or not. But I was even feeling the answer is yes. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Oh, yes, sir. This is Dave Central Florida.
Hello, Dave.
Oh, yes.
Hi.
I listen to your program just about every day from you. And one of the things, or what we hear a lot about is deep learning.
Yes.
And I, like you, believe there's something happening. I also believe that the world probably needs to find something good happening. Okay?
That'd be nice.
What would you think, and this is a what if there was a new substance developed that cured all the major diseases out there? What do you think that would do to the world?
Alleviate a lot of human suffering.
I think it would also give a lot of hope.
I agree.
And I think the children,
But I mean, there are a lot. What if? I mean, are you suggesting there is something?
yeah, I'd like to back you some information.
Well, I'm open to anything. I get shot full of holes for it, but I'm open to anything. I'll listen to anything. So yeah, fax me, write me, whatever you want to do. Area code 702-727-8499. Now you've got a limited 3 pages, otherwise my fax machine will not spit it out. It goes into memory first, so limited to 3 pages.
Okay, thank you.
Please, thank you very much. All right, here's the fact I was telling you about. Sure. I hope I can write this without sounding too technical. Please accept my apologies for the terms and descriptions. I am a chemistry and biology scholar, and I'd like to clear up some gross discrepancies and untruth being told. The ozone layer is millimeters thick and tens of thousands of feet high. Most compounds and gases cannot reach that high. Only aromatic compounds like fluorocarbons, CFC, can rise to such a great height. Global wind patterns are a bit more complex than that as well. We cannot replenish the ozone layer due to the thin nature and unstable compound composition. The artificially added ozone would not remain stable. Once the CFC reaches a height where UV rays can strike for affecting ultraviolet rays, energize it, and turn it into an aromatic organoacid. One chlorine atom or more is freed from the molecule, and the unstable ozone molecules in the ozone layer are more likely to reattach themselves to the CFC radical molecule. Once the CFC radical binds to the single oxygen atom, that ozone molecule is considered depleted. What is left is O2, which cannot remake ozone by itself. Volcanoes do not deplete the ozone layer. They cannot create gases or compounds which reach the ozone layer, and even if they did, they would not deplete ozone. At the most, carbon dioxide from volcanoes will contribute to global warming, but that is a completely separate issue from ozone depletion. We can live in a warmer climate. We cannot live if our flesh is killed by UV rays, or if our animals and ecosystems are mutated beyond viability. That's from Columbia, Missouri. Thank you. And again, I don't know whether I buy into it or not. I'm not a scientist. I could not have done what this gentleman just did by facts. I don't have the knowledge to do that. I simply continue to research and look into this whole business about ozone and global warming, which just is a separate issue. And I'm watching our ecosystem. And I have sort of a collective feeling that we're headed in a difficult direction. And that's pulling my word functions. East of the Rockies, you're on the air, huh?
Yes, let me shut off my radio.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, I got to get from like high school kids who are empty a phone boy and you're making like $20 billion off all that nonsense.
No, I'm not.
No, you live in a trailer, you drive around, petrol. What happened with Kyle Ripken? I mean, to bring him up at all.
Kyle Ripken?
Yeah, Kyle Ripken Jr., the Iron Horse.
Yeah.
I don't hear you mention this as maybe the greatest team in baseball history. I don't hear you talk about that.
That's I'm bored by baseball. I think baseball is boring.
So but having some lunatic guy from Australia telling me about Martians and stuff, that's really some.
I don't think you mentioned Martians.
Well, whatever. I mean, they don't make, every time or so.
That was very intelligent. Now, I lay out open lines, and if you want to go off and act like that guy did, you can do it. I'll put you on the air. That's what this show is all about. When it's open lines, it's open lines. And what is fascinating to one person, Cal Ripken or whatever it is not another's cup of tea. And so I will accept the criticism, and I will also continue to do as I have done. And I will continue to present you with things that may challenge you, may make you angry, may make you sound like that last month. I don't know. but I will continue to try and challenge you. And I'm going to challenge you with things that you will not hear elsewhere. And if I take shots for that, from this guy or anybody else, well, that's all right. That's what I'm here for. I'm going to have to be a little inquisitive. Okay, I'll live through it. As for the rest of it, I'm not so sure about that. All right, we're going to pause here at the bottom of the hour. You're listening to the largest live overnight talk show in America, Coast to Coast AM.
Shows you Clarkville, Central and 5 on Premier Radio Network. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from September 14th, 1995. You're listening to Clarkville, Central and 5. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from September 14th, 1995.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Mark Bell. Good to be here. Great to be here, actually. It's a beautiful night in Devon. I hope where you are as well. We know it was beautiful in Perth, Australia. Oh, my. Sometimes I don't believe myself. I'm actually most times willing to do about anything on the radio, anything that's different. I like different. And the ratings of this program and the reach of this program and the interest in this program proves that the audience does as well. Unscreened, basically uncensored calls, with the exception, of course, of last names and things that could be mitigated and stuff like that. We don't go there. But otherwise, uncensored, unscreened, just open lines. When will the world learn that is the most interesting kind of talk radio? I don't know. I did a whole chapter of that for a new book. And I bet Sandy down in San Diego is going to be one of the first to order. Sandy, personally autograph version. There you go, Sandy. You got your response. Back to the line, wild card line. You're on the air. Hi.
Charlie.
Hello.
The guy you had on earlier, Australian guy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, guys like that earlier.
I know.
Well, you know, I don't understand where these guys are coming from. You want to sell books, you want to, can't get on the radio and say,
you know what? He wasn't pumping his book at all. As a matter of fact, he didn't. Let me tell you, Charlie. No, let me tell you so that you really do understand. He didn't give out any address to buy any of his books. He didn't give out any numbers. He didn't even know he was going to go on the air. Wait a minute. You know what I told him? He sent me email. He didn't ask to be a guest. I thought he was interesting, and so I put him on.
oh, I take all that back. Let me just say that these guys constantly talk about how terrible the future is going to be. I think they say necessarily alone. Certainly New York State with dramatic environmental problems. Most of them are caused by man himself. These are problems that we can deal with if we choose to, and we still have time to do that.
Charlie, we can deal with what we can control.
That's we can, but there are no environmental problems that are going to cause massive things and massive loss of life. I don't believe that. And people who come on the radio and say that, I'll tell you something.
Well, it is anybody who does not believe that massive Earth movement is possible.
Now, massive Earth movement into that movie probably. It's constant. It's been constant for years. But certainly, if you look at the deaths that have occurred, you have had like losses of hundreds of thousands of people, maybe 10,000. But I think the thing is that I is the any child born right now who is well into the next century. If you look at the things that we've done in this century, going from creating planes to creating vehicles.
Oh, it's amazing.
It is absolutely incredible.
It is.
And I think that in the next century, you are going to see things that will be beyond belief. And I think we have challenges, but I think we're capable of overcoming those challenges. It's just all of these guys that are all down on man, yes, we're capable of doing terrible things, but the reverse is true also. We're capable of doing great things. And I think that we tend to forget that.
I have a question for you. It is a political question, so you should enjoy it. Is what NATO is doing right now in Bosnia, in your mind, a great thing?
I think that what you're seeing after the Soviet Union collapsed is you're seeing nations finally coming together and realizing, yeah, NATO is young and it's making a lot of stupid mistakes, but it's learning. And I think that 20, 30 years from now, no, you're not going to have this conspiracy world government, but I think you're going to have governments around the world realize that we need places to work together. And I think that in the long run, countries working together is positive, not negative. The conspiracy nuts who say that countries should work independently are independently we've tried that. And I think working together is a positive thing.
Not against working together. I'm asking you whether NATO or sending 18,000 American troops into Bosnia to police and ethnically, geographically separated enforce peace is a good idea.
Might not be a good idea, but I think people constantly criticize NATO. You know something? You're seeing some tremendously horrible things happening there, and I tell you this, at least these people are trying, and I'll tell you why weren't we doing that in 1945, in the 1940s when Hitler was butchering all these Jews?
All right. Well, of course, we did fight the end of the fray, as you well know.
Yeah, but it took a bomb to drop on us to do that. I think the world philosophy is changing, and I think that's good.
John, thanks very much for the call. I think what we're about to do in Bosnia is tragically, profoundly wrong. I do think that we are probably capable of calming them to the table. We're probably capable of enforcing peace, making them all sit down and design peace agreements. And then we're going to march 18,000 of our people into that country to enforce it, to keep it. And it could be the sorriest damn thing we've ever done. It's going to be like, well, I'm just telling you. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Mark.
Good morning to you.
This is Bob from San Diego.
Hi, Bob.
And I had a few topics I want to talk to you about.
Yes.
I want to say the best news for a while. So first I bring up President Clinton.
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you notice in the campaign when you're, before the first election until now, I mean, this guy's nose is getting bigger.
Yeah.
I mean, Jeffy Summit put the news on it. You take pictures of him as he went along.
Well, by the end of the second term, he's going to need wheels out on the engine.
Yeah, if you put your newsletters, I mean,
It's like a beach every year.
and I don't know if it's a Pinocchio theory or maybe it's a chronic album, because that food is the only thing he has it down. It's been in there, everything else we have.
Maybe.
Not food.
I wouldn't know that.
Well, tobacco, firearms, alcohol, he hasn't down at all.
Well, I wouldn't know.
Well, I wouldn't know for sure, but I mean, we know the main thing is
All right. Well,
I'll get him all the way. Okay, the second thing about the alien thing, that's really intriguing.
Yes.
And, they're talking about those boxes they have.
Yes.
Another thing about it, even before I found out that they had the 6 fingers things on them.
Yes.
And I was thinking, do you think maybe that could be something like maybe, since they didn't have no, like, just children, I was like, do you think maybe they had, some kind of life bond, or like a fetus? Or like, maybe they do like some kind of test tube thing.
Yeah, I understand where you're going, but I think you're going around there. It could be anything. What do I know? All I know is this alien autopsy thing, for all the screeching and screaming that I've heard about how silly it is, there has not been one serious hole shot the whole thing yet, not one. And I think Bob Shell came on here and added a lot of credibility to it. And the photographs that we're about to publish definitely do. You can talk about mutations and genetic mutations and why that poor being is really just a human being. You can talk about that all you want. But when you see the next photographs that we're going to publish, the ones with panels from the boxes designed for 6 fingers, if you don't sit there and give some serious thought to possibility that what you're seeing is as real as can be, then you're just simply not an open-minded person at all. Or you have another agenda. This clearly, the evidence we have so far is either proof of an alien visit, which is not exactly a minor story, or one of the most involved, complex, long-term hoax that's ever been pulled off, period. Either way, I calculate it to be a very large story, and I lean toward authenticity. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. All right? Yes.
Hi. Oh, well, listen, I'm supposed to use the column, but I'm going to put it on there,
Well, that's fine.
No, good. I just wanted to comment you. I haven't called a talk show in 15, 16 years, and I know you do this a lot, but I really think you're, I mean, use an analogy, like actors, at least 1 to 3 or 4 that are, they call it a man band, meaning both female and males like them equally. They say that's kind of a test for some reason. I won't ever say that. But I just really think that the spirit of your show is much greater even than the current content, which is really good. I really haven't called that talk show in about 15 years, and I did a team talk show once. It was really silly, but you helped me there too because I've been doing respiratory therapy for about 15 years. And that's all I'm saying. Kimber was with the audience. I mean, this is deal with that. So he was the partner to Project Go.
Oh,
and he still has a huge audience. That's very happy for everybody else. But I maintained that audience for a short while and had a practically 40 days that sounds like a very cool show. And I just wanted to tell you that I am looked at for one time. And I hope you won't get discouraged because there's nothing like this anywhere. And I listen to it typically every night. That's all I want to tell you.
Thank you, my friend. That's why I'm doing it. That's why I'm doing it, because there really is nothing else like it. There's room for all kinds of talk radio in the spectrum. And some nights will probably sound like other talk radio. Last night we did. Heartfelt welfare home. Tonight we don't. Tomorrow night I have no idea what we do. Well, you know what we might do? We might do food or trash. Sure got an awful lot of requests. I don't want to do the same thing. I'm not going to do the same thing. And so inevitably, some nights you're going to really like me, and some nights you're going to hate me, because some nights you like what I'm doing, and some nights you won't. I'm not going to do the same thing repetitively as so many others are doing. I don't denigrate them for it. I think they're going to be sorry. I think talk radio in general is going to be sorry if it goes marching down a singular path. It needs to be more varied. And so I'll continue to supply that variation. And judging from ratings, judging from the amount of people listening to the growth of the program, it's popular. Increasingly, popular as more and more people discover it. I'm very thankful for that. We'll be right back. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
All right.
Yes.
The ozone problem. There's a lot of facts they don't tell you. And if you know, you got common sense, you can figure it out. I disagree with a lot of these people, even that facts you read. Ozone has a half-life of 45 minutes. It's being created all the time by the sun and oxygen. The reason we have the ozone over the North Pole, even in Alaska, it just starts quite a few months of the year there.
Absolutely.
The sun doesn't create the ozone there.
And then alternatively, light during the other hand.
Right, and then the ozone hole is smaller. It's larger than winter.
Well, okay. Yes, arguably, the ozone hole gets larger and smaller. It is true. But since we've been measuring it, it has been increasing in size. And the present measurements show it to be roughly the size of Europe over the Antarctic, which is big, the biggest ever measured. And there is a verifiable, U.S. satellite verifiable 10% reduction over our heads. Now, that's not imagined, that's real.
It's not the fluorocarbons, though.
Well, I look at you. You can argue that, that's fine. I don't know what it is myself.
Well, let me tell you something.
What do you think it is?
It's the depletion of oxygen. It's in direct correlation with the oxygen depletion of the Earth. The green, we're losing the green belt.
Okay.
All right, and there's no way the fluorocarbons are going to get up there. They say that I'd like for them to go up there and bring them back and show them, but I wouldn't believe it anyway. There's carbon heavier than air. How would it get up there?
Well, do you agree that that there is a reduction in progress?
In progress?
In progress.
Yes, and I wouldn't say that it hasn't happened before, and it won't happen 100 times more. It's a natural cycle of the Earth.
Well, I hope you're right. I really hope you're right.
Well, I'd like to have somebody come up with some facts and say, well, I don't know.
Well, you know what the problem is, the scientists, the people that have sure much more knowledge than I do and study this, are arguing with each other about it. So, you know, really, who are you and I?
Let me drop one thing and get to what anymore.
Sure.
It's kind of strange that Dow Chemical passes up on this in the last 5, 6 years. We've been hearing about this ozone depletion.
In other words, time to pick up passing on some other substance that you can then make money.
Getting do away with everything that you make money on so nobody else can do it.
I understand exactly what you're saying. Thank you. He's trying to lay a foundation. I watched him. Trying to lay a foundation that it is a financial matter. That the company that happened on Freon, I guess, now would lose if other people would produce it. And so it's the conspiracy theory, the economic conspiracy theory. And it's, I suppose as good as anybody else's theory, but that's all it is. And again, I say, and I get faxes on both sides of this question, lots of information, but the scientists are arguing with each other about this. What's possible? Not so much the fact that it actually is measurably less, but what's possible. Either way, it would seem to have possible dire consequences for us if the process continues. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, I'm good right there.
All right, correct. When you feel.
I was listening to you. Well, I guess I'm Como here in Las Vegas.
KOMO?
Yeah, well, KBG doesn't carry last hour, so
That's right.
we have to really search.
Yes, sir.
But on the IRC channel, I can tell, so we just saying I see it as big. I feel really great talking about
Is he an air conditioner repairman? And,
Well, no, he owns an air conditioner.
whatever. Well, I mean, you should have stopped and asked him to give you one example of this global warming. I mean, I imagine you've been really hard pressed to come up with something.
Well, he didn't talk much about global warming. The most he said, as I recall, is that he thought there might be a connection. I know a lot of people dispute that, but there are others with more scientific prowess than I've got, and maybe even you, who think there is a connection. So I'm darned if I know.
Well, the bottom line is if you raise, I think if you raise the global degree by one, if you raise by even 1 degree, the flooding would be so, billions would die. I mean,
Well, so it's important. In other words, if there is actually a warming going on, it's a non-trivial matter, correct?
the evidence for it is there, that's my point. Okay, and I'm thinking this thing has gone again. It's gone from global cooling to global warming, and who's making money off the agenda. I was talking with a guy once who's stationed up in Arctic, and his job was to meter this depletion, for the very thing. I don't know if he worked for the government or for the private agency or what.
Right.
But he told me flat out that this is a bunch of bunk. This whole.
A lot of people believe it.
Well, but this is a guy that's in the know.
And maybe the guy you know who's in the know is absolutely right. Maybe there's a bunch of bumps.
Well, I'm beginning to do this. There's too much scaring of the masses, and then profiting from
that, right? All right, sir, I've got to leave it there. We're at the bottom of the hour. I appreciate your call, and I don't necessarily disagree with you. I'm just not sure. We'll be right back.
You're listening to ourselves, Simple in Time on Premier Radio Network. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from September 14th, Premier Radio Network presents Heartfelt Summer in Time. Tonight's program originally aired September 14th, 1995.
Good morning, everybody. Good to be here. Here's a nice fact. Here, I wanted to let you know, I plan to, or at least I am hopeful to get one of your autographed books. I have already gone to the 24-hour post office and expressed my order to Paper Chase Press. I can't wait. I hope this doesn't signify the quickening that I get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, drive 20 miles to order your book. I love to show your grace. Correct. Beautiful. Yeah, that probably is the quickening. That you run out in the middle of the night to do that. I'll do it one more time. I'll give you my address. I'll give you the address. This is like a one-time offer. And it's for the first 1,000 books ordered that we autographed. That's it. 1,001. Forget it. Therefore, we should act fairly quickly. It is Paper Chase Press, the address. The price of the book is $24.95 plus $4 shipping and handling. A total of $28.95, $28.95. First 1,000 get the autographed copy. So Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
Howdy, y'all. It's Shooter.
How you doing?
I just got off the FM band. You are on radio tonight, man. I would have used to tonight when you're on live. It's pretty amazing. You're nationwide news. KPFA is a station in Berkeley, and they have this program running for many years called Over the Edge. Run by guys who are part of a radio true performance band called Negative One.
You know what? I've heard about this.
Right, those are the guys that did the host a few years ago when they ran a story that a kid in Minnesota hacked up his parents who were asking while listening to one of their songs, and got some Rolling Stone and all these things that media believe it.
Well, are these people that are running some of my show, or what do they do?
Right, well, what they did tonight was on the alien autopsy. It was called Autopsy Club 1, 3.5 hours. I have a couple of hours. What they did is take all kinds of media about the autopsy, clips of you interviewing Sanctuary on the land, clips of you with Shell, the guy calls in and says, Marsh, remember that guy, Martian, you guys are crazy, why don't you grow up? Yeah, it was that repeating again and again. Stuff on the actual show, stuff that was on other radio stations that I don't know the source of. It had multiple sources kind of going at once, and different elements repeating and so on and so forth to kind of hash out the reality of it, the mythology around it. Do a big part of it, and it was kind of interesting to just kind of get away from you for a minute, go to KPFA, and there you were again. Like I didn't even think you.
Well, there are a bunch of pirates.
That's right. Right. Well, I get the information out there, and so has Mommy for many years.
Yeah, I know they've been doing it. I've heard about it from other sources, so I'm kind of glad you brought it up.
Yeah, I just wanted to, get through it. Really has to say, except that you're doing a great job. Really, you're a good guy that he was calling in, wanted to call the first time live, but I have to take all West Rocky. He was saying that, you do something really special, and that's really a lot different from a lot of what
This is a number that rings right there at your house.
That's correct. In fact, it just rang. Somebody's out there. And we also have, if the line gets busy, because I remember the last time I was on your show, the phone rang solid for 3 days. We have a secondary number with a call fulfillment service. If you get a busy number, you can call there and get your order met. 1-800-326-1817. That's 1-800-326-1817.
How much is your phone?
Well, actually, it's $29.95 plus $4 for shipping and handling.
That's it, huh? And it's stock full of real stuff you can do, like medicine, like water, like food, like protection from the elements. All of these things are in your book.
Not only that, this is the only book in existence which really hands-on fashion covers how you can protect yourself from certain biological threats.
All right, hold it right there. We'll be right back. That's 1-800-327-7656, the direct number. That's NODOOM.com.
You got it.
And then there's a secondary one. It's WashingtonSurvivalFood.com too, right?
Right. And you can go in there and you can actually preview sections of our book.
Really? That's neat. By the way, let me get out We're both number again. You don't give autograph copies.
Well,
Why don't you take a step?
I will do it.
You will do it.
I will do it.
All right. All right, what's that number again, please?
1-800-327-7656. That's 1-800-327-7656. The secondary order number is 1-800-326-1817.
Yeah, but if you want an autograph book, you're probably gonna have to get through an order line number.
Yes, you have to go through the primary order line, which is 1-800-327-7656.
See, I pushed you into something, didn't I? First time on the line, you're on there with Phil Cole.
That's right. California.
Hi.
We lived with you for 4 years. I finally got a hold of you.
Well, good.
I'm on the website right now with the white Bible students work. It's quite interesting. Why it's
Right.
my question is this. I have a friend that works in a phone company in California. We all know which phone company that is.
Yes, ma'am.
And he told me something interesting. He said that if the power goes out, there's a phone, a backup server. Well, how do they recharge the generator? He said, well, of course, they use power. And what would happen if there was power outages for substantial amount of time? He said, well, usually when the power goes out, everybody wants to get on the phone and call.
Yep.
That's the problem. Right? The generator. He said, if it happens substantial amount of time, they have to cut off those completely and go to emergency service lines only, because those are the important ones that they must maintain.
Well, that's really interesting.
And I said, what do you you're saying if the power goes out? He said, yeah, if the power goes out, a bunch of people get on the phone and call. You might not be able to call 911 anyway, because they're going to have to save the power that they have.
You know, that makes all the sense in the world. And I know they got backup because power has gone out here, you know, on the route goes out here, and they go that the phone is still working. So I know that is true. But for a protracted period of time, I wonder how long they are prepared to go before they would have to begin cutting phones off. Did he?
That all depends on how much power goes out, how far the grid is, and how many people are affected, how many people get on the phone at once. For instance, if a good portion of the state of California lose power, a lot of people got off the phone, they would almost have to immediately shut down and go to DML line only.
Well, Philip, you want to comment on that? It goes to the question of communication.
Well, it stands to reason, like I do a lot of reading in major disasters with EMS and fire and whatnot, and typically the first thing that happens in a disaster is the frequencies get totally overloaded. You know, you get a plane crash or a train wreck or something like that. The same thing is going to happen in a disaster where civilians are involved. I am familiar a little bit with the phone company backup systems. They have some kind of sophisticated batteries that they've been using for years, and they have a flow charger system on them. And so I'm sure some of their facilities, they actually have backup generators. They're probably, most of them run by natural gas, in some cases diesel. But the bulk of their backup systems, as I understand, are a battery system, because I have friends that buy them now and then, that on a scheduled basis, they retire these batteries and put new batteries in place. And so, yes, there is a battery system. So I've heard say that most of your phone system cards get electromagnetic pulse damage also, which is refreshing knowledge. We'll find out for sure after such an event, but yeah, there's a potential problem there. I have a whole chapter in my book on disaster communication. You actually have a picture of the C Crane Patriot radio, an excellent product.
Do you really?
A Y2K item.
Yeah, that's with the light. You know, it's because it gives you know, obviously, if your phone is out, if the lights are out, what are you going to want? You're going to want to know what the hell's going on, and you're going to want to not stumble over something and break your leg.
And it's a very important psychological factor to be able to know what's going on.
the unknown is a great fear to most people. And to have a radio or something that's going to work when the power's out, you can turn it on, and you can hear from an emergency broadcast what's going on. It could be, the value could be just phenomenal.
Yes. I agree with you. But what else can people do? In other words, do you recommend people have CB radios?
I think CB radios are an excellent idea. Obviously, you're an expert in communication. You understand ham radios and things like that. All of this depends on, number one, who you want to be able to communicate with, whether you want to just listen to them or you want to actually talk to them, and how deep you want to get into it. Of course, the guys that have really got it together are the ham radio operators. And I talk about ham radio in my book and all the other options, whether it's commercial or family band radio. First, you need to start out and decide who you want to talk to. If it's your neighbor down the block, it may be family band radio, which you can buy inexpensively anywhere.
Short range.
Very short range.
It should be said.
Right.
I'm going to say it because I don't care if I get in trouble. I'm a licensed fan, so yes, I've got a lot of equipment here. I've got 100-foot pound, thousands of pounds of steel above my head here. So I've got a pretty extensive setup. But you can buy a ham radio transceiver, and even if you don't have a license, boy, they're going to get me for this. You can buy it. I mean, it's like you can buy it, and you can't use it without a license. But on the other hand, if everything's coming apart and you need to talk a long distance, that's what'll do it.
That's correct. Not only that, there are provisions in an emergency, as far as I understand,
Yeah, there are.
that you can transmit without
A license.
a license.
No, that's right. In a dire emergency, the eventual FCC is the last thing I would think about.
Right. And I highly recommend that you look at everybody who's really interested in that communication. Get a hold of the local ham group. In every town and city, there's ham freaks out there. There's nothing more that they love to do.
I object to freaks.
I mean, enthusiasts.
Thank you.
That, this is their life, and they just want to teach you, antennas
Yes.
and how to take courses and crash courses on the pass your test.
Yep.
And, look into this.
Well, going out now with new licenses and renewals of licenses are little notes about Y2K and ham radio. I keep meaning to get one and read it, and I have it. I don't know what I did with it. Somebody sent me one. It's really interesting. Wildfire Line, you're on the air with Philip Hogue. Hello.
Hello, Bart. Like I told you, I'm a major. I'm a police officer at a major Southern Police Department.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make y'all aware that in roll call about 2 weeks ago, we were asked to our eyes open for people that are stocking up things for the Y2K.
What?
I'm serious.
Oh, come on.
I'm serious.
Well, really?
Yeah. And we were asking,
Why would you as a police?
well, let me
Yes, please.
Okay. We were asking, look for these things and write a memo. And when we asked, who wants to know the same information? All we're told is that our administration has it, and they would tell us anything else.
You're serious.
That's a heart attack. I wouldn't kid you.
That really sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, how did, as you guys broke up that day after getting that news, what was the talk between you like?
Well, it was kind of like, I guess we better put our names on the list.
That's alarming.
Yeah, I agree with alarming, but it's unfortunate. I have a little section in my food chapter on the issue of hiding food. I don't know if you have anything about it.
You're also aware that part of the Crime Act was in 1994. It's now illegal to hoard food, federal crime.
Well, it's just my food leak.
Well, me too, but I'm just saying, I just wanted this information to get out. So.
Well, gee, thanks for the cheerful phone call.
Well, you have one focus.
Yeah, indeed. Marlon Fuzzy, thank you, and you all take care down there. I have no reason to disbelieve him, but That's really awful. I mean, to tell the guy on the street, the person on the street, look, we want you to start noting who's courting. I hate that word. Who's trying to prepare?
That's terrible. I have a gentleman that I did some consulting for up in Montreal, and his parents during the ice storms up there,
Yeah.
when the power was out for so long, they had a generator.
Right.
And, they had a generator running, and they were powering up their house, and the authorities came along and confiscated it. They said they needed it for an emergency shelter. And, this friend of mine, it really made him sober. And, he was planning some Y2K preparedness project.
Yeah.
And he's extremely paranoid about being confidential. Because of the fact that parents, it was cold out, and they came and they just took the generator.
Just took it.
Okay, needed it for an emergency shelter. So, these are kind of sobering thoughts.
Well, look, here's the road with 7,000 square feet of underground shelter. God knows what's stocked up. And so what are you going to do when they come to take away what you've got, Philip? What do you do?
Well,
Tell the truth.
this is what we call the worst case scenario. Our own government turning into a tyrant.
Yeah.
And we hope and pray that this doesn't happen. And obviously, as Sun Tzu says, it's never engaged superior military force.
All that having been said, though.
You don't want to tangle with the authorities. The best thing to do is try and avoid them if they turn vicious. And we all hope it doesn't happen. And I'm not anti-government. I'm part of emergency services here. But you've got more of a problem if you're living in a highly populated metropolitan area. If you live in a small town.
Well, maybe somebody don't know Philip Hogan has this big stash there, and there's going to come on the door, and what are you going to do?
Well,
I'm really pushing you here.
There are people that know where I am, but I'm kind of out of the way, and I live in an area.
Open up, folks. We want your generator. We want your food.
Well, my generator's bolted down, and, that's a possibility. And, we all have contingencies for situations like that.
No, let's get off there. East of the Rockies, you're on here with Philip Helps. Hello.
Hello, Art. Hello, Philip.
How you doing?
Good. How y'all?
Good.
It's now I'm calling from Christiana, Tennessee. So, real quick, Art, checked out your kind of litigation page, if you want to call it that.
Yes.
And I want to encourage everybody to go check that out because what's on there is overwhelming.
I know, and it's being dubbed by the other side as Art Bell fans.
Well, let's hear it for Art Bell fans, okay? Because we love you.
Well, they're not actually.
Well, what I'm saying for the folks that are going to hear your show and go through that page, they're going to be overwhelmed. And I encourage them to do that.
All right, now you've talked us to the bottom of the hour, so hold on, sir. We'll come back to you, and we'll come back to Democrats. That's right. We'll leave that right here for a moment. This, I guess it's a survival book, right?
Well, it's a book that covers all aspects of general preparedness, civil defense, and preparing for any type of disaster there is.
And if you want an autographed copy, you dial 1-800-327-7656. And that number is available right now. I think Philip's wife is answering it. All right, east of the Rockies, you're on here with Philip Hogue. Once again, thank you for waiting.
Yes, Art, thank you. Philip, my question was, as far as your family and how you're preparing them, and you probably alluded to this in your book, and I'm going to try to get it, but as far as protocol, our lifestyles are pretty lavish in, as far as, other countries and everything is what we're used to having. Have you prepared your family in any way? And, what have you set up, or what have you told them as far as, if things were to get, a little bit sketchy?
Well, number one, I intentionally positioned myself out in a rural area. And, I don't want to discourage people in the city, and we can talk about that another time or later, what can people do in the cities. But obviously, if you're standing on the railroad track and see a train coming, what's the best thing to do? Get off the track, get out of the way. And there's a lot more odds against you in a metropolitan area. I live in the country. I've got, elk herds back up in the hills behind me. I've got deer all around me. I can grow a garden here. I have dairy goats. I've got a couple of horses. And I'm kind of integrated with the local community. I'm part of emergency services here. And that's an ideal situation. Not everybody can do it, but, my suggestion to people is, number one, is you can, as much as possible, put yourself in a position of self-sufficiency and self-reliance. Self-reliance could be as simple as having a water filtration device and a long-term food storage program stored underneath your double bed in your apartment. But this goes by degrees. I've got a portable diesel generator out here. I've got inverters. I've got deep cycle batteries for my house. I've got kerosene and kerosene lamps. I've been heating my house with a wood stove.
What is your address?
A little more to my point was, have you told your children, you're not going to have TV, maybe. You're not going to have some of these things, and maybe need to start thinking about, that maybe our existence, maybe for a short time, like Art says, or who knows?
Well,
what's it going to be?
My situation is a little different because I don't allow TV in my house. I mean, we have video, we have TV sets of video, but I don't get any TV reception in my house. Quite frankly, I just think it's a form of national mind control. And you don't realize that until you get away from it.
Yeah. And I agree with that somewhat. But you see what I'm saying? I'm talking about all the things that we're used to. There may be a time, like Art says, maybe short or maybe longer, that we're going to be out without these things.
For many of us, life without television might not even be worth living.
Right.
Nobody wants to laugh at that.
Thanks.
But I got to interrupt it here. Like in my case, my children are all homeschooled. And I think that's becoming more unpopular with Columbine and all these other crazy disasters.
Yes.
And my kids, I don't think they would notice much of a change because they have my daughters into horses. My other children, they love to play outside. They've got things that are going on.
In other words, you're already living what today could be called an alternate lifestyle.
Well, not as much as the Amish, but maybe a little bit. They won't miss a beat.
I hear you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Philip Poe. Hi.
Hello, this is Phil. I'm calling from Los Angeles. Las Vegas.
You got me on whether you're in LA or Vegas?
Yeah, you got me on guard. The discussion somebody, was putting up.
I don't know that I should have even went there. But at any rate, I have a vision to change the world, Art, like teaching the children the ways of the Indian to begin with, and taking life backwards into a simpler time where there was no gray area. Everyone knew their role and their purpose. And I'm just so excited about it. What I did was I had a powwow on Easter, and I desperately tried to contact you before I did it, but it was very successful. And in spite of bad weather and and not enough timing or time to plan on my part. But at any rate, I had 21 children of the light there, and give me one second. I'm sorry, I have to remove my headphones. And are you with me, Phil?
Mine wasn't.
Okay, and we did a really neat 45-minute powwow where we just talked about real simple values. I've been inspired by God, and I really believe I'm a vehicle of God, and He's given me a very simple philosophy to teach children, and real simply, it starts with 1 O, and then it goes to 2. The 1 O is one, God, and 2 E's, which is everything and everyone, and then 8 S's, somehow, sometimes, something, somewhere, some more, summer, and I'm really all over the place right now.
All right, I'll tell you what, hold it right there. I'm going to agree with you that our children are our future. And if we don't eventually get back to some of the original values that we've they've just sort of worn away, haven't they? They haven't died for decades, just sort of worn away. We did a whole show on this not very long ago on what's wrong with our country, what's wrong with the world right now. And I remain convinced that this wonderful technological world that we live in now has succeeded in isolating people to the point where they're not interacting with each other any longer. They're interacting at an arm's length or more. You can now go onto the internet and write something about somebody without taking any responsibility for what you write on, for you can't really say your name. Not take any responsibility, communicate across large distances, but not face to face. So, I don't know, the world has changed in a lot of somewhat negative ways. And either we move a little bit in the opposite direction, or I think we face a very uncertain future. And certainly, the only way it's going to change is going to be with our closest friend about that as well. Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
Hello, Art. This is Joe in LA. It's pleasure to speak to you again. I just want to call on another mini story to the popular story.
Sure.
July of 2006, myself and some friends were walking along Zuma Beach in Malibu. For those of your listeners that don't know, it's hard to live on Zuma Beach in Malibu. And
what is all that?
Excuse me?
What is all that?
I have a radio. Hold on.
Okay. Turn it down for just the time.
And I apologize for that, Art. Anyway, I'm highly allergic to bees. I was walking along Zuma Beach, and I walked the whole distance of the sea. I see all of these bees just washing out of the water. All of them on the backs, all of the legs up in the air, flailing. And I'm being conscious of the bees since I'm allergic. And I'll be damned if I wasn't all the way in and stepped dead on one of the bees on my right big toe. And for a moment, I just started touching, and because I knew what the impending reaction was going to be. And nothing happened. The bee was very much alive when it stung me, and absolutely nothing happened, Art. And we heard nothing about it on the news during LA, nothing was reported locally, nothing was put in the beach report, nothing. I mean thousands and thousands of bees washing out of the ocean just in a foot. So anyway, no questions really. I just want to put that out there, and I'll listen to you on the radio.
All right, thank you very much for the call. I have no idea what to say about this whole bee matter, except I suspect Einstein was correct. And they're going to find an answer pretty soon. I don't think that I really don't think that I've ever seen a mystery of this magnet we've dragged on this long. We don't really have the answers yet. Many think they might have this answer or that answer, but we still don't know, do we? And one would think with all the little bee autopsies that are going on and all of the intense science being trained on this problem, that we would have some sort of answer by now, but we don't. And I guess we better find out pretty quickly, or we're in deep doo-doo. Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
What an honor it is to speak with you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm calling you from the great Showing State, Missouri. It was an honor to have George Norrie here for several weeks. And I want to tell you a story. When I was a child, hearing the story about these UFOs over in Britain, reminded me of something I saw when I was a child. My brother is a couple years younger than I, and his best friends were all together, and happened to be sitting on his front porch. All at the same time, we decided to look up in the air, and we see 3 lights. And we're like, okay, well, maybe this is an airplane or something of that nature, but they were flying in the form of a triangle. Well, as soon as we got over us, they came into a straight line, and 2 of them on the end switched positions, then they formed a triangle back just off across the horizon. Have you ever heard of anything like that, any type of formation switching with UFOs?
Yes. Yes, of course. And the guest we have coming on in this next hour is going to talk exactly about that sort of thing. Of course I've heard it. We've had, my God, millions of reports of triangles, of things that have been in formation, shifting formation, more done everything you can imagine. Millions of reports of UFOs, and we still can't nail it down.
Yeah, and then once we finally saw them, all 3 of us looked at each other, kind of like, did you see that? And just make sure that nobody was messing with the others. To this day, we can all still recall that night. But it's been great honor talking to you, sir, and I'll continue on with that.
All right, thank you very much for the call. You know, the fact that we found this planet 20.5 light years away from Earth, that it has Earth-like temperatures, that much they can definitely confirm. They can determine by the distance from the sun and all the rest of it what temperatures on this Earth-like planet to atmosphere would be. And it's got billions of years of potential evolution ahead of us. Now, you've seen what we've done in the last 100 years, haven't you? What do you suppose we're going to do in the next billion years, assuming we survive? So, if there are Earth-like planets, it's probably Earth-like. If there's life that's been around longer than we have, it's very probable that life has figured out a way to get here. It's also very probable, in my opinion, that we're being, at the very least, observed. And it may not like that they see. From the high desert in the great American Southwest, I'm Mark Bell. It is a beautiful, balmy night in the desert, nigh on to 6 minutes after 11 o'clock at night. Currently 79.2 degrees outside, very dry, just absolutely beautiful. Coming up, Ryan Wood. He earned a Bachelor of Science degree in mathematics and computer science from California Polytechnic State University. He has worked for Intel, Digital Equipment, Toshiba, and 2 Silicon Valley startups. He has developed and executed advertising and promotion campaigns, direct mail programs, and telemarketing in both consumer businesses and industrial products. He currently manages the content of a website, which is www.majesticdocuments.com. And he has completed a documentary entitled The Secret. Ryan has also published 2 books and a CD-ROM dealing with the Majestic documents and their authenticity. As a UFO investigator with MUFON, he has chosen to specialize in the strategic problems of ufology, such as unquestionable proof and improved media acceptance. So coming up in a moment, Ryan Wood. Ryan Wood, welcome back to Coast to Coast AM.
Well, thank you, Art. It's great to be back and good to hear your voice again.
Good to have you. All right. How in the world, Ryan, did you get involved with ufology in the very first place?
Well, I can blame it on my father or compliment him for it. He started studying UFOs when he was a research director at McDonnell Douglas. And, as a 10-year-old, I was exposed a little bit to it. And then when I was 15, Dan Friedman came to dinner and
I got a lot more exposure. And since that time, we've been working for the past 15 years or so on UFO documents, primarily, and crashes. And so that's been a fun, relationship with my father about UFOs.
Yeah, well, we're going to talk about this between UFO documents and crashes. Let's begin with the documents. You know, the Majestic document's been around a long time, and I wonder now, I've always wondered if they were legit, or if some are legit and some are not. How do you sift through that?
Well, the process of authenticating a document is can be very complex. What sort of document you need. But you look at the basic things of where did you get it. Most of that is pretty muddy, or you're getting photocopies. But in some cases, we have original documents where you can do forensic tests just the way the FBI would do. And that's very powerful and useful. And then you start looking at the content, what does it say, and is the order of things correct? And, are there any weird anachronisms or problems?
Do you actually have any original copies of any of the Majestic documents?
Well, yeah, there's the what's called the Bowen manuscript, which is it was a little 350-page document, of which the Air Force chapter stamped top secret magic, and that's all original. I guess again, documents that are, as far as we can tell, they're old and authentic. And what's fascinating about those, besides the interesting history that was created by Vernon Bowen back in the 55, 56 time frame, this was sort of a 10-year look at UFOs. And he sent it to the Air Force about that time for review, and the Air Force kept it, said, no, don't publish it. And then anonymously was mailed to Tim Cooper's mailbox in like 2000 or 1999 and returned in essence. And that's all original.
Okay, a lot of the audience will not be familiar with the Majestic documents. Can you capsulize for us essentially what information or the high points of the information in those documents?
Yeah, well, the Majestic documents have come from 7 different sources from 1984 onward, comprising some 3,500 pages of documents that all talk about extraterrestrial entities, technology recovery, crash analysis from Roswell. Some of them are very juicy, so to speak, and wow, and arresting, and some of them are very pedestrian and bureaucratic, where one person's writing a memo to another person about, what do we do with this organization's ET part? So that's the quick nutshell of it. The manual, the special operations manual, is one of the ones that we've authenticated the most thoroughly, and it is also one of the most compelling and gripping, just from the title, Extraterrestrial Entities, Technology Recovery Disposal. And it's a 32-page how-to manual of how to pick up the bodies, how to publish in the dark, how to manage a crash and retrieval, circa April 1954.
Wow. Do you believe these to be authentic?
This particular manual, I would go to 99.9%. My dad would probably say 96.7% or something. We studied it every which way to Sunday, every word to every nuance type, to other documents inside the archive. And every place we look, we have not found showstoppers or real props. that we would verify all sorts of subtleties of the hot list printing press, interviewed people that were in the government printing office that looked at this. But one guy who wrote the style manual for the Special Operations Manual flipped through the original and said, wow, I think this is real. But the Z's are raised off the line, which is an artifact of the monotype modern hot list printing press that was in use back in the 50s. It's just some really obscure subtleties that say, yeah, I think this is.
All right, even if something can be authenticated as having been produced or copied in the 50s doesn't make it authentic. So what else do you look for? I mean, you look for...
Well, yeah, I mean, can you unequivocally say that none of this is fake? I mean, could the CIA, KGB, et cetera, fake this stuff? And the answer is, yeah, they could. They have spent a lot of time and money and effort and sophistication. But then you realize, well, why do this program of fakery for, close to 30 years, 32 or 3 years, purposes and messages, all to sort of say to the Soviets and the rich Chinese, don't mess with us, we got to use technology. And our Will Fryer tale, it seems, when I interview experts in psychological warfare, graduates of JFK Special Warfare Center down by Fort Bragg, who spent their whole life in military psyops, and they look at this stuff and think, wow, this is like really rotten stuff, psychological warfare. There's so many different messages.
Actually, you did just lay down a fairly decent motive. If the Soviets actually thought we had extraterrestrial technology, something really far beyond any... I mean, look what happened when they thought we were deploying Star Wars. Scared the hell out. Virtually caught them from their hand. So
yeah, yes, I agree. That is a very good point, Art, and it definitely could be a motive. But the question in my mind is, how would they do it? Would they bother to create a ruckus in the public arena rather than simply slip it to one of their agents to, get it in?
They actually might create a public ruckus. Why not? In fact, for example, Roswell. Why not create a Roswell, get it going, and then produce some secret documents, leak them somehow to the Soviet Union, and just scare them out?
Yeah, it's possible. And it seems like a lot of extra work and risk that you don't know can all come to unravel. Rather than targeting one or two of our agents or double agents to leak intelligence information into those agencies or into those governments.
Well, I know Stanton believes them to be authentic.
Yeah, and I think most reasonable people that look at it and start to see the breadth and sophistication and complexity start to say, it's got to be genuine. Maybe not every single one, but it is so much so. It's got to be fire.
How much time have you actually spent in trying to authenticate documents going over the money? It's been years, right?
Right. Well, I think we started off in '96. I would say that between my father and I, we probably have one full-time man year at it. Yeah, and so there's a lot of, and then there's other people that help too, that contribute and look at different sections. And there's still a lot more to go.
You do this in addition to some sort of full-time job. What do you do for a living?
Well, I'm in the energy business that actually sell energy conservation equipment for two corporate energy managers and large big box retail. So it's mostly motors and controls and lighting and so forth. But it's all very normal energy business and sales.
Okay. All right. Can you tell us where any hardware might now be? Where we're keeping it? For a long time they thought it was something, and I think there's certainly a lot of being kept at Area 51. We don't know where it is now. And for that matter, bodies or biological entities of some sort. What do you know?
Well, I mean, the documents point to the fact that the Area 51, S4 area, the Wright Patterson Blue Lab, those are the areas where they specify specifically to take parts, so forth. Beyond that, all I have is what your listening audience has and rumor and speculation. But I think that something that's not talked about much and is very much a hotbed of UFO activity is the White Sands Proving Ground. And the area in the upper corner of White Sands Proving Ground, upper northwest corner, what's called Area 29. And this area, which was called Area 29 because it was the least photographs that came to us. There was a big black X in the corner of White Sands, and the first deleted wrote Area 29. And when I started looking at Area 29 and going for all the roads, using Google Earth and trying to look at the various things that are happening, doing some remote viewing targets in that area, I discovered all sorts of fascinating things. One day I was just elated because I found a convoy of 10 or 15 semi-tractor trailers and a 1998 aerial photograph going into the side of the mountain.
Really?
Yeah. And the right in Area 29. And so we know that everything really important is underground. I mean,
Yeah, we were just talking about underground a little earlier. As you know, there's been all kinds of funds for New Mexico, and for that matter, in the area in which I live here in Nevada. We really have felt these things going on underground. So the government or somebody, because I can't really put it down to the government for sure, just a strong suspicion, is doing something underground. They're boring, they're doing something. And you really have a photograph of a convoy going into a mountain.
oh yeah. Actually, during one of the breaks, I'll try to email it to you.
Okay.
And see if we can, get it posted, see if we can look at it or something. But that's one particularly fascinating area. There's two interlocking pentagon shapes of roads. These are roads. Deliberate pentagon shapes in this corner of Area 29 on White Sands. Why? I don't know.
Is this something that people can go to Google Earth themselves now? And
Sure.
It is.
Yeah, if you give it a whirl. I don't. Hey, you want to look at the very much near the Trinity Burst site, and 20 miles southeast of Socorro, or 5 miles west of Oscuro Peak. But up at that.
Do you actually have any longitude figures for people to make it easier?
Yeah, I should probably dig those up here. Let me try to hunt those down and I'll clear to you.
Yeah, all right. Very good. One important question that you said you can answer is why, and I'm very curious about this, why saucers or extraterrestrial craft crash at all? One would imagine with that kind of technology, something as simple as a lightning bolt or anything that we would throw at them would not cause any harm at all.
Yeah, the common thinking is that, how can they travel across the universe and screw up so badly as crash here?
Right.
And why would a little lightning bolt or, a little artillery shell bother them? The answers are, it seems like they do bother them. They bothered the artillery shells during the Battle of LA, where a couple of UFOs crashed, one in the ocean, one in the San Bernardino Mountains. It's from one of the docs shows that the artillery shell did cause things to crash. The other object or idea really is that these are simply probes from another planet, galaxy, civilization, and they may not have the weapons that you would normally associate with, one of our jet fighters. One of the little UAVs that fly around Iraq all the time is subject to a bullet very easily. And they may have the same thing. It's a question of economics. Why send your most expensive stuff to a little planet like Earth to just gather the data that they want? So the idea of remote piloted vehicles, the idea of do we shoot them down and standing orders to do that, the idea of radar or interfering with their navigation or communication system somehow was foreign and weird, and I think that's potentially very real possibility. You can't eliminate the idea of deliberate feeding of the planet.
I know you've studied a number of crashes. Are you pretty well personally convinced that these really were crashes of craft from elsewhere?
Well, my book, Magic Eyes Only, and the associated website, magiceyesonly.com, reviews 74 UFO crashes from around the world, from 1897 to present. And I rate each one basically from a 50-50 sort of chance that it could be a real crash, see a glow light and something.
All it takes is one real one, Ryan. Has there been one real one? Now hold your answer. We'll be right back. I know for 1 second there is nothing going on. I've seen with my own eyes. I've had 2 really incredible sightings, and I'm not alone. There are millions and millions of you who have seen these things. So there really is something in our skies. There's something in our skies that is not conventional aircraft. There's no question about it. What I've seen in both cases doesn't resemble any sort of conventional anything that we've got, or even come close to it, or it has even been leaked, for example. Nothing. So something really is going on. If there's been so much as one crash, which we've recovered hardware, and or biological entities, that's all it takes. It doesn't take 74 crashes. It only takes one real one. Ryan, we're back in a moment. Ryan's new book, Magic Eyes Only, reviews 74 UFO crashes and subsequent retrievals. Now, since that book, there have apparently been 10 more, and we'll try and cover what we can. But what I said, Ryan, was we only need one that's absolutely the real McCoy.
That's right.
And I wonder, of those 74, and I know you said you rated them, were there any that you rated beyond question?
Well, no, nothing's really beyond question. The ones that have the highest rating are the ones that your audience is most familiar with. Kecksburg, Roswell, Shag Harbor, Aurora, Texas. Those are I think I named this one more, but there's 5 that are the 80 to 100% zone. And I'm by no means the expert in all those cases. There are many other experts, and I just sort of contacted them and compiled their most credible sort of evidence in the, 5-10 pages. Some of the entries are very suggestive and interesting. They come directly from the National Archives. In one case down in Bolivia, in 76, we have declassified documents that's talking about a 4-meter metallic ovoid shape that crashed, and we even interviewed some of the military guys that were on the scene that packed it up and sent it back to Wright Patterson.
Really?
Yeah. And
Now, I would be interested, for example, in some of those interviews, some of what was said in those interviews.
yeah, well, the challenge is that these are military security guys. They and transportation specialists. They come in, they see it, and say, well, okay, it's smooth. I don't see any windows, portals, anything. 4 or 5 people can lift it up and put it on a truck. Their job is to pick up space junk for, on special task assignments through Project Moondust. And so they did this for 5 years, and their comment was, oh yeah, once a year, a couple times a year, we get a call, we go out, and it's not space junk, it's ET stuff. And they pack it up and ship it back.
Okay, and the stuff is currently, for the most part, going to Wright Patterson?
At the time of this one in 76, went to Wright Patterson. This was the only case. I'm working on another whole book on Project Moondust and Operation Blue Fly. And that, the Moondust effort to recover debris, I think, is the key opening in the government's armor, where we have hundreds of declassified pages, no speculation, that talk about suspicious craft and suspicious artifacts that could be EP material. They may not be, but the way that it's handled is pretty darn interesting. But that particular case in 76 in Bolivia is in my book, Magic Eyes Only, which you can get through your website, get it on Amazon. It's a powerful case.
Okay. What about one close to home here? Something near Devil's Hole, Nevada, right?
Yeah, this is one of the new 10 or so that I'm working on. The story here, right on the border of California, Nevada, near Devil's Hole, which is where the Death Valley National Monument is. It's just up the road from Toronto there.
That's right.
What caused my attention on this was Rich Dolan, in his book, UFOs in the National Security State, had a short little mention of an article of a couple of prospectors that were mining, and the UFO whizzed over their head and crashed. A couple little beings popped out and ran around. And I thought that was interesting, and so then I looked up the newspaper article that referenced it. And then I did some more back digging. I went 3 or 4 days before that in other newspapers and found the sort of Genesis newspaper article. Before the disinformation guys got a hold of it, changed the names of the miners, changed the story, changed the location. And that was the one that I've been working on and presented at the last Crash Retrieval Conference, which was last November in Las Vegas. But the story is, in essence, that a couple of miners were mining, and over their head comes this silver 24-foot diameter disc. This is in the middle of August, out in the desert, and crashes in front of them. Two elites pop out in sort of funny-looking headdress. They call them leather flying hogs. In 1948 newspaper article. And they chase them for a little bit, but it gets so hot, they don't chase them very far.
Yeah, it's very hot in August.
It's very hot in August. And the guy picks up a couple pieces of metal, takes it back to the Los Angeles Herald, which was the evening paper in LA, shows the reporter the material. So the reporter shows his editor and writes a small article about it, and then tries to go back out to the desk and find the whole crash again, but can't. And I think it's because the military picked it up and took it away. And I've used several remote viewers and all the various resources I can muster, and I believe I've firmly identified the spot that occurred out in the desert. But the critical thing is that you have to pull up parts out of the ground. We believe there are parts that have been scattered around, most of it picked up. But
are you at liberty to tell us exactly where, or is that something you keep to yourself?
So that's something I keep to myself. I mean, it's approximately near Devil's Hole, If you go in probably a 2 mile circle from Devil's Hole, put your on the Nevada side, it's there. But when you
narrows it down, right?
Yeah, it narrows it down. But looking for things in the desert was humbling. I made 3 trips to that area, and I'm going back with a magnetometer crew as the next final step to hopefully get parts out of the ground. But without parts, you have just an interesting story. We've got the newspaper articles, I've got confirmed it, I've got physical tracing going on, I've got the mining sites identified. It's mostly there, but I wouldn't rate it past 50-50 sort of thing right now. But if I had some parts that were weird, then I would pop up
Yeah, it's not, even if you get parts, Ryan, it's not a slim dunk.
I know.
In other words, you take them to a lab somewhere, as you well know, or probably you know, I had parts that were sent to me, and they were completely anomalous. We had to test them in Washington. But what you end up with at the end of the day is anomalous parts that are not from Earth. That does not, unfortunately, identify them any further than that. That's where it stops. You need more. You need a part of the plant. You need some sort of biological entity. You need, I don't know what you need to finally nail this down.
Well, I think you need something that shows that it's, you need hieroglyphics or writing. You need an economic advantage ultimately. I mean, with the parts that you have, the layered business magnesium stuff,
very good.
That if somebody could make that and there was a real economic advantage for semiconductors or something like that, and a patch and profit being generated, then there's a real economic engine to fund the research and to fund further investigation.
Some of the best labs in the country tried, and they can't make it.
I know. And what better validation that it is truly special?
Well, that's the trouble. You do need better validation. We studied it. There's nothing like it on Earth. In fact, parts of it are not from Earth, clearly. and it can't be duplicated. But still, that's where it ends, Ryan.
Yeah, no, it's got to be compelling, and to make it compelling, it's got to be part of the craft, it's got to have hieroglyphics on it, it's got to be visually exciting for the media too, because having a bunch of PhD metallurgists debate something is about as exciting as watching paint dry. And so the media wants a lot of titillating sensationalism, but not your show by any means, but the mainstream people do. And it's got to be visual. That's the other thing.
Now, what about biological entity? You mentioned a couple scurried away from this crash, and we have obviously reports of other biological entities that living or dead. How much do we know? Does our government still have bodies alive or dead?
Well, I don't have any data other than my research. My research says that they have bodies, certainly dead, that they would never destroy them or give them away or do anything like that. They would keep them. And so my opinion is I'm extremely confident they still have biological entities deceased. And the question is, and even the majestic doctrines talk about the potential for biological warfare and the power of that weapon. If you were able to use alien viruses, alien tissues to create weapons grade,
Why, Ryan, in your opinion, if our government really is aware of all this, if they have recovered craft and or bodies, why are they keeping all of this secret?
Well, that's the question that comes up a lot. And the big thing is that it's a giant unknown. I mean, if you think 9/11 was traumatic for the trajectory of our planet 5 years ago with the war on terror and where we're at now, is telling the alien secret and ultimately exposing the long history of secrecy and the exploitation of the technology and so forth. It's a giant unknown. You don't know where it's going to go. The impact is complex. It may be very positive. It may be very negative. It may be a mix of both. But it is very unmanageable. And so for the people that are in the control of the secret, that the thought of just unleashing this giant monkey into the global society is very unpalatable.
No, it may be just that one lie has, grown and grown and grown over the years. If this is something that we've been aware of, say, since 1940, whatever, right? It's been lie upon lie upon lie upon lie, and I guess at some point, the government cannot afford the additional loss of. Already the people in this country don't find their government all that credible, and this would perhaps be the last plug out of the ship that sinks it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's important to realize that it's not your congressman who knows, and it may not even be the director of Central Intelligence Agency, and it may be inside compartmentalized programs that are so deeply obscured and sensitive that it's hard to really pin down somebody that is responsible. That it really isn't a secret government that's doing this. I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised if they were aware of it and doing their best to stay involved. Because the energy technology alone and the anti-gravity technology, if they reverse engineered it, is extremely powerful for whoever controls it. From a military point of view, and as recently, former Canadian Defense Minister Hellier pointed out that this could be the solution to global warming and all sorts of other challenges our planet faces.
That is certainly correct. I interviewed Colonel Plusso many times, fortunately, before he passed. And I believe him. Now, it was his contention that we have slowly integrated alien technology into our industry. Do you think that is true? And if so, what kind of technology do you think we can attribute to elsewhere?
Yeah, right. I think the short answer is yes, we have. It's another whole book that I've been putting off, that I've been collecting information, tentatively titled Purloined Progress. But the one that comes to mind that's mentioned in the Majestic document is the description of fiber optics in 1947, where it wasn't patented until 1954. And this is not to demean the importance and value of all the hardworking engineers and scientists that further developed fiber optics, bring it to the point it is today, or the laser, or the integrated circuit, or night vision goggles, or the host of other technologies that are suspect. There's loads of hard work that went into making those all happen from our terrestrial point of view, but the seed, the kernel, the starting point, the aha, has its origin in viewing the future and seeing the alien artifact in it. And that's all it takes, really, sometimes, to know something's possible.
That's right. Well, that's absolutely correct. It is the idea. And from there, away you go.
That's right. And so I think there are a lot of reverse engineered technologies that are in the marketplace today, and they're important.
All right, and so is the debate coming up. Ryan Wood, hold tight. Ryan Wood has investigated 74 plus 10 crash sites. We'll touch on a number of them as this program proceeds. From the High Desert, I'm Mark Bell. My guest is Ryan Wood. He has written a book called Magic Eyes Only. In it, he reviews 74 UFO crashes and subsequent military retrievals. So we're going to talk a little bit about retrievals. There must be a very specific order of things that are done. Our government goes to a crash site, and I would imagine Ryan knows what those are. In a moment, we'll ask. Ryan, welcome back. Let's handle a couple of things. You've got some White Sands coordinates for us?
Yeah. You want me to read them to you?
Indeed.
Okay. Latitude 33.7338489.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a lot. 33.
Wait a minute. Latitude 33.73389.
8489.
Got it.
And then longitude -106.20783.
Okay, let me repeat those. Latitude 33.733.38489. Longitude -106.20783.
Yeah, let's do the latitude one more time. 33.733.8489.
Got it.
Okay.
All right, that'll let people take a look. Now, with regard to the email you sent me of the convoy going into the mountain, what is the title of the email? I get a lot. Did you send it to mine first?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, what's the title of the email?
The title of the email is Area 29 Truck Going into a Hillside.
Okay. Maybe not sent that yet, so let's keep trying. All right, very good. Now, with regard to military protocol for retrievals, when there is a crash, Ryan, what happens in what order? How do they handle it?
Well, generally, I think they gather as much intelligence as the hint about the particular incident, and then quickly send the teams there to secure the area and get everybody as far away from it as possible if there's any public around or any military around. The world is a gigantic place, and there's people are open to cities, and most of the crashes seem to occur in remote areas.
They do. But that makes sense. There are more remote areas in the world than there are urban areas. Ryan, do you know again if the U.S. responds to foreign crashes as well as domestic crashes, or do individual governments respond?
Well, the MOODA declassified documents clearly showed that they had an international presence and they would respond internationally to events. They also, the declassified correspondence shows that there's coordination sometimes. That in 1996 in Somalia, the president of Somalia asked the State Department to come help me with this stuff. And they sent in a team. So I think it's done on a case-by-case basis. If the U.S. guys think they can get away with going in there, grabbing and getting out, they're going to do it that way.
Mm-hmm. Well, that would make it easier to keep a secret. I mean, if individual nations were responding, then one might imagine that this secret just simply couldn't be kept. But if there's some sort of international coordination in terms of response, even if it's somewhat delayed, then you can imagine secrecy might be kept.
Well, the other thing is that we're forgetting the power of the almighty dollar. And the real problem that you have, okay, so an EV crash occurs in, let's say, Peru. And the Peruvian government does not have a battery of 100 PhDs in exotic materials or navigation, etc. Only the United States does. Mm-hmm. And they call the State Department, send them the pictures, and say, hey, we have ET craft. You guys want it? Wire me $3 billion to my account, and I'll ship it to you. Otherwise, we're going to keep it and work on it ourselves. And I would not be surprised if there's negotiations like that occur for just, materials. Because there's stuff, a small country without a deep, rich set of education and intellect and industry can do nothing with it. And it's even questionable whether or not America or other industrialized countries can really do something with it. We can probably do more. But it's a big challenge to people that got here.
All right, I just received, and I'll be the number if you're not right, I have received the pictures, the convoy entrance and the picture of the convoy.
Yeah.
And I'm going forward this on right now to the two webmasters we have and hope that they're still awake and can possibly get them up for everybody to see. So I appreciate your having sent this, and indeed, folks, this means you don't get to see it. It does show a very long convoy indeed, going into what appears to be the side of the hill. So,
and we've done some remote viewing targets on that underground complex, and it's very large. And this picture was taken in 1996. Just 10 years old. And it's just a fluke of luck that we get where the trucks are actually going into the
that's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. I've never seen anything quite like this. So hopefully we'll get it on the website for everybody to see. Very good. All right. How much do we know about the ability of these craft to quite obviously and apparently defy gravity?
Well, they certainly seem to be divine. The data says that you see water coming up above the surface, slightly, maybe a foot off the surface when a UFO is hovering. So there's cases like that. We all know they disappear over the horizon in a couple of seconds, and then thousands of G's, and just a teeny bit of quote anti-gravity or gravitational reduction to create a flywheel that just keeps going and going and going and generate free energy.
Right, and that's what's on everybody's mind. God knows we need energy. So is there anything in any of these papers that gives me a hint how it's done, or, on the technological end of it? Is there anything?
Well, yeah, there's one section in the White Hot report, which is the report that was done in September of 47 after 3 months sort of analyzing the Roswell wreckage, the Magic Eyes-Only report that 20 people put together. And so they talk about, point 18, the following elements were analyzed and found to exist in a small neutronic power plant that was found inside ULAT-1, unidentified lenticular aerodyne technology, number 1. The first thing was UF6 in metallic form, that's uranium hexafluoride, hydrogen fluoride gas, water, uranium tetrafluoride, powdered magnesium and potassium chlorate, metal similar to lead or a chocolate brown in color, so there's something they don't understand. Uranium-235 in metallic form, a plastic-like material similar to Ne-102. Ne-102, when we first read that, we said, what the heck is Ne-102? And it turns out it's a obscure historical reference to a neoprene type material that's perfectly accurate in 1947 that makes absolutely no sense to modern science. It was discontinued a few years later. Beryllium, pure aluminum, thorium isotope material, and plutonium powder. So they sort of list down those things. They had mass spectroscopy back then, and they should be able to figure out most of that. The question is, how does it work? They don't know.
Or they don't say.
Right. Well, this is top secret. The thing is, it is a preliminary technical evaluation. So, yeah, I would think that there are a dozen PhDs that would have been writing follow-up reports and taking it to the next level. We just don't have those done.
Well, one would also imagine, at least I imagine, that with the state of the world right now, how much trouble we're apparently in with our environment and the need for energy. Obviously, these kind of craft would be using some sort of technology that would get us out of trouble. And at some point, the need for that is going to eclipse whatever that's concocted as a need for keeping this so secret.
Well, I agree with you, and if I was the intelligence officer or managing secret, I might say, well, okay, yeah, your planet is in dire straits, let's go fix it. And so they create a little super classified program to stick a propulsion unit or something up at the North Pole and generate ozone or scrub CO2 at an ungodly rate. And they do it all super secret. Don't tell anybody about it. They just do it. And the world gets better.
Well, is that, and then there's, of course, our insatiable need for energy in whatever form and whatever powers these craft certainly would be in that category.
If it would, and that's the whole bugaboo about telling the truth or letting it out. It changes the power structure in the Middle East. It empowers people and African nations. It just changes the power structure, the authority structure. It doesn't happen overnight, but in 10 years it will be dramatically different, and the people that are in power want to keep their authority and power, and it would change, and it would be unpredictable.
And then there's this, Ryan, you hear about trenches in various places, Somalia, South America, all over the world. And there's a brief little story about them, inevitably, in Africa, I can recall several. And then the story just goes away. It just goes away, right?
Yeah. Well, that's right. And so you can say that about almost any news story, unless there is a charismatic leader or champion or organization that's bringing it up and pushing it through the media system well, and giving the media what it wants, which is compelling physical evidence and credible testimony. And that's really the thing that's been lacking in this whole field is compelling physical evidence. I mean, the art parts that you had were very good, and they are compelling. But we haven't had any more, and they aren't really that compelling, as you said yourself.
That's right. I mean, they're not deserved, or they exhibit, when they're tested, things that are not deserved. But that's what you're left with, Ryan. Then there was, for example, the sighting I had. And it's pretty typical of how the media handles things. I see a giant triangle that blots out everything in the sky, along with my wife at the time. The local newspaper reports on it because we weren't the only ones who saw it. Many people in the valley saw this gigantic triangle, defying gravity, floating out across the entire valley, straight across the valley. And the local newspaper runs a story. They inquire of Nellis Air Force Base. Nellis responds by saying, well, yes, this was in the newspaper. There may have been a secret mission that overflew the Front Valley on that night, as reported. But it was a C-130 aircraft. Now, that's laughable. It's insulting. At the time, I got very angry. But that's where the story died. Nobody pushed it beyond that. God knows I tried. But it remained as reported. You know, when the government says it, and the newspaper reports it, that's it, Brian. It died. It was a C-130.
I know, it's a sad, it's a difficult problem. So, my whole approach to it is to just, focus on crashes where I can get physical evidence and begin to drag more and more physical evidence. And your parts are not the only parts. Dr. Roger Lear has parts, Rainey Baca in Harbor, Washington has parts. There's 3 or 4 other people that have parts in various stages of testing and certification.
Yes, and we're all in the same situation. That is, at the end of the day, and all the looks as they might be, that's all they are. Now, you said that there have been roughly 10 additional crashes since you've written your book. What else has happened that is of interest?
Well, one of the other crashes that I just became aware of was in Fort Hunter Liggett, which is an Army base outside of Kansas City, California, sort of 2-hour drive south of San Jose. In 72, there was a laser weapons test going on, and apparently, according to one witness, this is one witness case, but a credible witness who's been interviewed by Kerry Cassidy and Bill Ryan. UFO appears, they shoot the laser at it, it crashes. We got parts, we got several graves, some were alive, good health. So that's sort of an interesting kernel of the story. It needs a lot of additional follow-up and checking to, again, move the authenticity needle. But it's the start of something interesting. Another one that I've been working on was in Elk Mountain, Wyoming, in the summer of '71, where a UFO flaming fireball comes down, crashes, and burns up the hillsides. A lot of local try to tame the fire. And NASA at the time shows up a few hours later, or that maybe 8 or 12 hours later, with vehicles, and they jammed the entire town RF output. So all the TV stations, radio stations, everything didn't work. And all of this, remember this.
I've actually seen that done. There was a time when they kind of laid an RF blanket, is the only way I can describe it, over our valley here. And I have irrefutable proof of it. I mean, everything went dead at once. My satellite uplink went down. Microwave internet at about 12 locations for a small town completely went down. Anything out of it, I mean, it all went down. I have no idea how our military is able to do that, but it is indeed something they can do. I think we used it in Iraq, as a matter of fact, beginning of the war. So we have that ability. We can virtually stop all communication. How we do that, what kind of electromagnetic blanket we're able to lay down, I have no idea what we can do.
That's right, and that's what they did in this little town. And then, according to a couple of witnesses that we've got videotape on, they pulled the vehicle off the hillside, put it on a semi-tractor trailer, charged it all up. Very heavy and nearly maxing out the semi, did shape and drove it out. Small newspaper article sort of saying it was a fire, nothing more. And that's just where the story ends until the
all right, that's where this segment ends, Brian. We'll be right back. All right, Brian, what is my guess? He has he's actually started some crash retrieval conferences. Now, I would imagine somebody like Brian, who's written a book on the subject, look into 74 crashes, continues to look into them, might be watched very carefully by our government. Somebody in our government. I wonder if that is occurring. The moment, we'll ask about that. All right, good job, Lex Monhood. If you go to the coastcoastam.com website right now, the very top center part of the website, you'll see feature article Area 29 Convoy. And all you got to do is click where it tells you to, and you will see the photograph in question that Ryan sent to me about an hour ago. So there you go, Ryan. It's on the website right now. Everybody will get to see it.
Cool.
Now, with regard to these retrieval conferences, you began one. What goes on at those conferences? I mean, do you have people who come and actually testify about things they've seen or know about with regard to retrievals?
I hope. It's more like it's just a traditional UFO conference in that sense. I have speakers that do PowerPoint presentations and write written proceedings, and I try to select people that are not only interesting, but they're good orators and deliver good, charisma and value to the audience. So, but most of the time, Linda Howe is a regular. She's been to every crash retrieval conference. I cover between 3 and 6 crashes at every conference. So there's an hour-long presentation about a specific crash, where we have an expert in that particular crash talk about the status of it, where the investigations are, what they've learned, where they're going. It's been a wonderful forum to push the hard physical evidence at the core. In my opinion, the two things the government or the control group does not want the world to know. One is that they have real hardware and bombs. And 2, that abductions are real and they can't do anything about it. And it's a big trauma that people's minds can be manipulated and changed and influenced. And they don't know what to do about that.
All right, well, you've read the book, you've looked into a lot of crashes, you're holding these conferences. At any point, Brian, have you felt as though you've been observed, or have you been contacted by anybody that you think may have been contacted?
Nobody's really contacted me directly, and it gives me, there's been some hints here and there, but nobody, I think there's people that have come to conferences that are in the know or partially in the know. I have, they have their spies come to my conferences. I have spies on my team running counterintelligence on that.
I'm sure they're happy to hear that. Yes, I imagine they would have people at your conferences. So, I mean, it's just a natural thing. They would want to know what you know. So yes, and I'm sure you scan the crowd and look very carefully at who's there.
Right, well, they all register, and I'd love to have the resources to, do full background checks on everybody, but that seems a little bit unfair and unreasonable if you want to come on conference and get that sort of degree.
Have you ever done any research, for example, on your website? That's another thing that I'm told, Ryan, that our government does, and that is regularly visits websites like yours, and it's not all that hard to do some traces on IPs and find out who's looking.
Yeah, I've done a little bit of that, and there's the usual 5% or 10% that are .mil or .gov. And maybe that's a little higher than most websites, but yeah, I get some traffic like that. Actually, one of the other interesting projects that I'm working on is something called the UFO Deck, ufodeck.net, which is a complete compendium of all UFO knowledge. It's a mother project, but as a little pilot, I scanned and OCR'd 200 books, UFO books that are full text searchable, newspaper articles. We've got like 5,000-10,000 pages. This is still in beta. It isn't really launched yet into the public domain, so people that want to learn a little bit about it will go to ufodeck.net. But I suspect that in the next month or so, it's going to go online. And for the first time ever, you're really going to have a dedicated UFO library that you can search just like Google and start to get the correlations. And, well, give me all the abduction cases in Tennessee, or I want flying triangles in Nevada only. And you can full text search, thousands of books and newspaper articles, things like that. And that's never been available before.
Have you interfaced with Dr. Greer at all?
A little bit. Dr. Greer is problematic, if I'm honest.
In what sense?
Well, he's well-intentioned and charismatic, and I'm trying to phrase this slightly. He seems to be more interested in making money off the phenomenon than benefiting or advancing the cause. I've heard really unfortunate stories from people that have attended his conference or his seminars.
I never got that sense from him, but then, of course, I've never been to one of his conferences. I've had him on the air.
Yeah.
And one thing he's done that I thought is worthy, if you look at when all this began, in the mid-40s or so, 40, whatever, mid-40s, the people involved, the people who would have been involved since that time, are now probably approaching retirement age. We're getting on up there. One thing he's done is call for these people to, despite what they might have signed, what agreements they might have made, the cause of mankind and the state of the world right now, come forward. And I think it's a very, very good idea. And I would love to see Congress pass some sort of legislation that would give them some protection.
Oh yes, that would do a wonderful job to get more witnesses out. And his whole disclosure book has all been scanned and OCR'd into UFODEX. And the focus on witnesses is very good. And it needs to be done endlessly. And I'm looking forward to the witnesses that are going to call in the next hour, potentially. Who know something and want to talk about their first-hand experience with this phenomenon, this military cover-up of it.
Well, that would be, of course, a great use. What would not, even though there are millions of us out there, would be sightings. Now, people will call in endlessly, Ryan, with sightings. It's interesting, but it doesn't push things forward, really. If, on the other hand, you've got somebody who's been in the military, been involved in crash retrieval, or been involved with a hands-on something or other, you've got another story entirely.
Right, yeah. Anybody that been on a moon dust operation or a blue fly operation, or a military crash retrieval, those are the people that would be very interesting to hear from. Even anonymously, you've been doing this for a long time, and your listening audience has been, had the opportunity to send you information in the mail endlessly.
All my adult life.
I know. And it's only happened a couple of times.
It sounds to me like you are going to go back to this Devil's Hole area. Do you have an expectation that something major is still there?
Yes, I have an expectation that there's still evidence there. And I think there's evidence that, one of the talks that I had at last year's Crash Retrieval Conference was I had a experimental plane archaeologist come and present. And after his presentation, he had been to 100 different classified airplane crashes. Some of it, very super secret. Some of it, they're both self-fired crashes and so forth. And I just walked away with a profound happiness that there's no way in hell that they can cover up this crash effectively. If it impacts the ground, it spreads around, they can't pick it all up. There's parts of evidence left. And he showed countless pieces of self-fire crash materials that he got when it was still classified. And it was very reassuring to know that they can't pick it up. I mean, they really could if they tried, scrape the arithmeter thick, and cart it all off. Spend a week or two there with lots of people. But they don't do that because they draw too much attention. And so now it's just a question of finding these crashes and pulling apart. And all it takes is one, as you say, but I like 4 or 5.
Again, going back to people who want to come forward. If you were in your late 50s, mid-60s, you're about to retire, you would sign a secrecy agreement. You, at this point, are beginning to get perhaps your retirement benefits. You've got family, Brian. What is the likelihood that you're going to come forward? Risk everything you've got. Risk your family. Risk going to jail. And risk your livelihood between now and when you pass. It's not high, Ryan.
No, it's not high.
Honestly, not too many people are going to do that, are they?
No, they aren't. And it's the people that are 80 or 90 that feel that they've performed unspeakable acts in the name of UFO secrecy for virtually nothing, and they feel it's important to finally gain some peace for their God or their mind or their children. And those people who need to go to the attic and pull out their papers and find the stuff.
Well, you said people who may have committed on the speaker acts. So what are you referring to? Are you talking about everything up to and including murder?
Oh, yeah. For example, in my book, Magic Guys Only, I have the closing chapter sort of discusses Thomas Cantwell, which is the guy who leaked the majority of documents directly to Tim Cooper, and in his closing final page memo saying, you know, I'm about ready to, by the time you read this, I'll be dead of cancer, blah, blah, blah. But I've done countless unspeakable acts in the name of UFO secrecy. He didn't specifically state I murdered people, but it was clearly implied. And the Special Operations Manual clearly authorizes deadly force.
Well, what I want on that subject, coming back to your own situation, Ryan, aren't you a little bit concerned at times for your own safety?
Well, you know, nobody's ever threatened me or bothered me. I think that I'm not doing anything really dangerous.
Well, in a sense you are. Look at what you're looking for, whether it's you or Dr. Greer or anybody else in this business. If you stumble into something real and something current and something dangerous, well then you're not going to get threatened, Brian. You just will you'll go away.
Yeah, well, you know, that's always that risk. And it's for the benefit of humanity and our right to know. I think that most of the time they warn you, and then they warn you again, and then they'll be more virulent about it, and then they die. It seems like there's a gentle escalating pattern that because one of the talks that I gave at the second annual Crash Retrieval Conference was on convenient death in support of UFO secrecy.
Yes.
And I just focused on, I have a whole database of people that I believe have been murdered to the sake of UFO secrecy, but I just focused on 10 people in the talk, in the Crash Retrieval proceedings, which you can buy at UFOconference.com. And a couple of cases were like that, where you had this escalation.
Well, if there was a sort of a general estimation of revelation, then I can see that what you said might be true. You might get a couple of warnings, then you might even get another warning, and then something might happen. But if you really stumbled into something extremely hot,
right,
you might not get any warning at all.
Yes, I think that's true. And so, you know, the question is a hatch door of a flying saucer that hot? And
I would tend to think yes.
Yeah.
I mean, if you could really put a hatch door made of materials that were not Earth, as an example, and it was obviously manufactured but not earthly item, I would say that would break right on up there, yes.
Yeah, and that's when I become as paranoid and skillful as I possibly can.
All right, hypothetically, Brian, let's say that you found something like that, or even bigger. How would you handle it? Have you thought about that? How in the world would you handle it?
Well, there are lots of things to think about. Is it radioactive? How you can transport it? How are you going to isolate it? Do you want to fly it or drive it? Who do you tell? Who do you not tell? Do you slice up parts instead of in the mail to 20 different people? Do you get a piece? Do you do multiple videotaping? Do you wear gloves? You do lots of things like these to ensure that the evidence is secured credibly and forensically, as well as for the public good and journalism safety. So I've thought about it a little bit.
And then how do you go public in a way that keeps you alive?
Well, going public is a tricky thing. What you need to do is to have multiple credible experts already lined up endorsing the case. And you need to think about who the counter arguments for people would be, who would CNN draw on, who would the other major media draw on to rebut or provide perspective, and make sure that they're already on your camp. And
are you truly confident enough in major media? You mentioned CNN, Fox, any group you want to major networks. Are you confident enough in the major media in America that you would go to them and feel that they would handle it honestly?
No, I think they would be as tongue-in-cheek as they have been with most things.
I think so as well. Listen, we're coming to a break, Ryan. Here's what I would like to ask the audience. They're going to get recitation of the numbers here in a moment. Rather than getting citing reports, if we could talk to anybody who's had a close encounter the third time that would actually met or encountered an alien or has laid hands on a part, been at a crash, been part of the military team that cleaned up a crash, been part of the military encounter, people of that sort. If we can call on those people in this next hour, let's see if we get any calls, Ryan, and see where we go. Ryan Wood, my guest, crash retrievals, and the majestic topics of this. Hi everybody, my guest is Ryan Wood, and what we're going to be looking for with those phone numbers are people who have been involved in crash retrievals, people in the military who have been encounters, but primarily people who have really been there. Now, I know it's tough to ask you to come forward. We will certainly keep, as best we're able, your information, such as whatever we have, to ourselves. So you can come forward anonymously if you like, but we would like you to come forward. Take a shot at it anyway. And in a moment, I do have a question about the UFO community for Ryan Wood. We'll be right back. Ryan, I take it you agree with me when I say that the media really does a job on ufology. I mean, when reports come in, even the critics, they tend to sort of make a joke out of it, right?
Yeah, I mean, we saw that with the Chicago activity.
Go ahead,
yeah, that was a great case. You know, lots of witnesses and cell phone pictures, and they still, despite having lots of credible data and something very reasonable, put in the sticker factor. At least CNN did, at least.
Ryan, that's true. Now, as much damage as the media may do, they don't nearly do as much damage as ufology does to itself. And you've got a pretty shot across the bow, Dr. Greer, a little while ago. You know, when you're not on the radio and when ufology people get together, they are so destructive of each other that one wonders how it survives at all.
I don't think it's that bad. I mean, I've been to MUFON conferences and been speaking all around. I mean, there are heated debates here and there, and that happens. But
even debates are fine, but when it degenerates into personal attacks, which inevitably it does, I've watched for over the years, Ryan, ufology just decimates itself. It really does.
Well, I just want to do what I can do, and that is to focus on what I think is the important stuff, and that is crashes doctor.
Oh, it's important work. It's important work, Brian. There's no question about it. It's just that I hate to see ufology do this to itself. God knows there's few enough who are investigating all of this sort of thing, as you are. Very few of us, indeed, in the world. And we seem to just be friendly frank with each other. Maybe it's just the nature of man. Let's take some calls and see what we've got. Randy in Georgia, you're on the air with Ryan Wood. Hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm okay.
I work for the defense contract, and I'm not really sure I should be talking about this, but it's the time when we're building an X-plane, and they go through copies of it, and they go through copies for it, and one of the copies was liquid film. There was no key in it, and the pilot would be suspended in there. I just wondered if anybody had found a transaction with a liquid film cockpit. I don't understand how that would affect G-forces or just the mechanics that put it together.
That's very interesting, Ryan. Anything like that?
No, I've never heard anything like that. It reminds me of some abduction stories where, I don't want to say the Andreessen affair, where the human was put in a gel-filled goo and actually breathed it and then taken to come back. I would think that a goo like that would be good for sporting you, for high G travel, but
I was wondering, like I said, this is one project that we never had in 100 photos before.
Interesting.
Because it does, according to that, it just didn't exist. And it could never say it existed. Because my name, not going to show up anywhere.
Did you ask any questions about it? Did you have any answers?
No, but the cockpit was the same cockpit that was used on the X-plane after this built, and it flew in the 80s.
Yeah, it was a single seat or two seats?
Did I what?
Was it a single seat?
Yes, it was. But this particular cockpit had no seat in it, and the pilot was suspended in a spacesuit, I'd say, that was probably comparable to what you would wear on a F-1 71. But I just...
I think we just lost him.
Wow.
Oh, no, you're there. Paula?
Yeah, Paula.
Okay, good. No, we just had a sort of an interference there. All right, so this thing was, are you sure it was water?
Well, it was water first test. The second test was more like the consistency of what power would look like. It was a gel type.
Is it that true?
And I've never heard anyone speak about it. And like I said, I was never asked to sign a non-disclosure form, so as far as I know, I can't talk about it. I don't know because it doesn't exist.
And you just saw the cockpit, right? You didn't see the whole craft.
I didn't see the craft. I can tell you it was the X-29.
Oh, X-29, okay.
It's a forward thrust wing aircraft.
What year was this? So what year?
Pardon me?
What year was it?
Oh, God, 1988 or 89. Yeah, it's been a few years. And like I said, every other black project I've worked on, I had to find a non-disclosure. And they've all come out since then, but this particular plant, worked on a few things for just the Israeli air. The lobby plant, I believe they built 6 of them.
Very interesting. I'm sorry, you said everything else that you did sign an agreement on has become public? All right, I really appreciate the information. That is kind of intriguing, Ryan.
It is an intriguing tidbit.
And the more I think about it, the more I think it would enable a person to withstand more G-forces. Well, I am not a scientist, but just thinking about it, it seems like it would.
Yeah, especially if it went into your lungs, too. And went inside your body, and that would allow you to survive more days.
No, that's very interesting.
All right, John in Sherman Oaks, you're on with Ryan Woods. Good morning.
This is the weirdest thing in the world. You remember when I spoke to you a few months ago, and I told you that I was the one going to area, the guys, they're going to probably cut the line on me, but that suit that they're talking about, that area, I'm the one who came up with that idea. That's for a fluid-filled area.
You are.
Yeah, I called you up.
John, you were already on the line when that other caller called.
Right, yeah, but I talked to you a month ago, and I put in contract work, and you stuff that. What would you do in a defense,
Boy, are you ever good enough, Ryan? I got you sorted. Only sorted. You're breaking up there on the cell, obviously.
Okay, you can hear me real good now.
I do.
Okay. Like I said, you're replacing SR-71 with another transaction and agent. And they asked me, they said, look, we have to go to the G4 stockpile. I said, well, let me take this up with this Newtown employee out this flying stuff. I said, if you were still in area with this flying, you remember that boy that 50% of the flying, that doing stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, just use of stuff with dampers and deep sources on the pilot because this doesn't have problems with wood flashes breaking them out, not next to the G-forces. I said, fill up the area cap with the same material and this flying stuff. I don't know the exact makeup of it. And then they said, yeah. I said, okay, yeah, we'll work on that. And apparently, according to your last call, that's what I actually told you.
So, John, is that why you were calling?
I don't know, though. That was the original reason, because I've worked at defense, and myself and people that we work with, we get, I don't know, if it relates to the alien thing, I don't know, but we do get kidnapped and then hypnotized for instance, because I have to go to college every 3 years. I absolutely cannot even write my own name after this happens to us. We systematically get kidnapped, and then we're hypnotized or done something that we forget almost everyone. And after a few years, it does come back, and then we're grabbed again, and it's a nightmare. Some of the guys are on, I killed with something like this.
Fascinating. First time I ever heard of that. It makes sense. We don't realize how important the whole people management, the psychological profiling, and the security oaths and so forth are. And this seems like a very logical, reasonable step. If we had a program or a mission that was so super secret and sensitive that you had to employ every possible angle to ensure no leaks.
Yeah, exactly. There's a project up in Canada that I was aware of where they're working on high-powered holographic imaging laser systems that can confuse the enemy. And it comprises 9 people, and out of the 9, there's only 1 still alive. So, yeah, like you said, I got out of the field real fast. After a few weird things have happened, I just worked it and I got out of it. And I quit actually after the service. But what happened, I had a $3 leather jacket off my car. And I go out of the business and laugh real fast. And it is a beautiful part of it. It is freaky. There are things going on very strange where they're talking about reverse engineering certain things, and which is actually kind of something that made the hair stand up on my arms, because I heard it before, and it's extremely fascinating. Where did you actually hear about the alien biology worker stuff? Because I heard that was extremely fascinating. Where did you get that?
Well, that's right there in the suggested documents leaked in it's allegedly written in 47. I'll see if I can find the exact passage quickly.
Caller, you might want to get in touch privately with Ryan. Ryan, you got email?
Oh, I got email. It's all on my website as suggested documents, or my phone number too.
All right, well, some people who are getting through and who might not get through might want to get in touch with you, so we've got to look on your website and do those right there, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right,
yeah,
you have that passage.
Yeah, you have that passage. It's under biological warfare programs. BW programs in the U.S. and U.K. are in field test stages. This is a top secret expedition 52. Discovery of the new virus and bacteria agents so lethal that serums derived by genetic research and launch medical science into unheard of fields of biology.
The samples extracted from the bodies found in New Mexico, we're talking about the alien bodies, have yielded new strains of a retrohyphen virus. Not totally understood, but gives a promise of the ultimate biological weapon. The danger lies in the spread of airborne and bloodborne outbreaks of disease in large populations with no medical cures available.
Yeah, can you still hear me, guys?
Yes.
Yeah, are you familiar with Gloria Ramirez? Her body was cut open and people in the hospital asking where it came to because of gas coming out of her body, like what happened in Alien.
Oh, yeah, I recall that story, yes.
Yes, what happened is she disposed of something, the government covered it up, and her body was completely
All right, we're really losing you. I certainly recall that story. Do you run it?
Yes, I do, but I didn't study it.
Okay, well, you might want to look into that. It was a really, really weird story. I'll tell you about it. What's the Rockies? Donna in Mesa, Arizona. You're on the other line.
Yes, I was hoping after listening to your show for some time that somebody could shine some light on that. Happening when I was about 6 or 7 years old. I've only heard of people talk about being supposed to every fingers, but this was entirely different. I wondered what it was. I encountered. The story's a lot longer, but I'll make it real short. I guess it was a free memory I had for a dream. It's like a now that I'm back out of the path like spirit. Next thing I know, I'm floating in the air, being ran over, and then my bed floated. And I kind of went to said, oh, it sounds like catalepsy. No, out of the way. Yeah, like you say, not able to move, but terrified because I could hear and feel my feet flapping in the wind, and it got colder and colder and colder. And the bed was really flying, and our parapet is falling off. The next thing I know, it's coming back to earth and hit up to the ground, and I'm awake. Now, no more catalepsy, that's what it was. I am awake. I go to draw my hands up to put them under the covers, and I feel something on the bed. And I was good. And I slept in the same room with my brother and sister, and I talked to them about bed. So they said, maybe it's things go, maybe it's something. It wasn't them. I've never had a hand, I've never encountered anything like this. It had like leathery like skin, and I knew nothing about reptilians or anything back then. But from what I hear now, maybe that's what it was. That's what it described as then was something that had died every morning, that really fit. Where the 4 fingers should be, it was like a pad on the back, like one big finger, like a mitten. And where the four fingers were, it was one huge finger mitten. So the very fourth, this is real, the very fourth is tip. And the thumbnail was shaped just like it, the very tiny tip. I was terrified. I did not want to look to the side of the head, and for some reason, in my child mind, I felt as I screamed to my parents, it would jump up and get me. Just the way kids think, huh? So I thought, hey, I can't lay here with this all night either. So I tried to push it off the bed, and I got almost all the way there. I fixed it, my fingers too close to the edge. And now I thought, yeah, it was like rigor mortis, it just swung back up over it. I was like, oh, gosh, I thought I was going to die right there. So I pushed one more time, and I heard it hit the floor, and those covers went over my head. And I don't know how I got it. The next morning when I got up, boy, I was under that bed, working around the toy boxes. Nothing there. Very interesting thing is the little toy I had from childhood from my infancy was slashed like a razor blade in half, and it was a little speed toy of a kitten. And in the dream when I got hit by the vehicle, I was retrieving a kitten and it screamed. I don't know what the connection is. Like I say, I've heard about screen memories. It was weird. It was too weird, but I know that hand was real. And
all right, well, Donna, Lucy, thank you. Let's pick up the subject with Ryan very quickly. Screen memories. Many people talk about that, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an abduction expert, but it's the classic method of either allowing the aliens to mask the experience for the human, or the human to cope with the experience of the alien. I don't know which is which. And there seem to be multiple types of screen memories from owls, kittens, other animals or situations.
Now, Ryan, what is your take on the motive for interaction with human beings, for abduction, for all the rest of it? Why do you think there is?
Well, I think many people need to realize that there's multiple reasons for multiple civilizations, just the way that's why they crash too. I think there's different civilizations doing different things, and their crafts are perfect. So it's not one thing that's the sort of silver bullet. But I think the evidence suggests genetic manipulation and genetic understanding, influencing people's brains and minds, and information being imparted into them. Another theme that I've seen and I believe. But again, I'm not. This is a great question for Jason Jacobs.
It is. It always does seem to come back to the genetic component, right? If you look at what they do, or what they are alleged to do, it really does seem to come back to some sort of study, if not manipulation of genetics. All right, hold tight, we're at a break point. Again, we're looking for those of you, perhaps in the military, those of you who have actually been on teams that have done recovery and that sort of work. If we can find you, or if you can find us and get through, you're the ones we're after. This is Coast to Coast AM. All right, Ryan Wood is my guest. He's booked a new book called Magic Eyes Only. It reviews 74 UFO crashes and subsequent military retrievals. There have been 10 since. So we're talking about exactly that, and we'll be back in a moment. All right, Ryan, unless there's something we've not covered in the interview to this moment, if we should, we'll continue with Paul. Anything else you want to get in?
I don't think so. Of course, anybody who knows anything about blue dust or blue fly, those are both related to crash retrievals, I think would be very interesting, and we welcome
Sure. Well, that's a very hard shot at any given moment on anybody getting your message. But of course, they can reach you by email. Let's see what we got. Richard in Palm Springs, you're on with Ryan.
My experience took place back in 1964. Apparently, there's quite a flat of UFO activity around Danbury area. Based in Elevator Guard on a guided missile. About 2 a.m. in the morning. And it was quite foggy. There's a missile located on the beach. And I knew there was something out there behind the fog. It was very noisy, something I'm not sure. But I looked in that direction. I noticed the figure of a man coming out of the fog. It's very unusual. It was motorcycle. And he was quite human-sized in shape. Actually, he was wearing like a military raincoat. So I thought at first it was some military officer that was coming to check up on me or something like that. But as he advanced towards me, I became quite frightened, and I tried to pull my gun, and my arm was curling. So I backed into my cruise, get back in my guard shack, and he kept coming at me. I can't give you any real details because I was so scared I just squeezed my eyes shut, pushed myself back to the shack. So the next thing I remember was very early in the morning, waking up, or not waking up, but coming through. I was inside that circular room with a clear opening in the floor, about 3 feet across. And there was a presence next to me, and it was like I was getting a command, don't look over in this direction, look through the opening. So I looked through the opening, it was foggy, and it was becoming twilight. And the fog started drifting away, and I looked down on a guard post that was about a couple of thousand yards down the road from my weekly road to Arnold. And I can watch this truck come up slowly with 55, and the guard come out of the gate by his guard shack and let the guard go inside
silo with it, the next thing I did is, the only lighting in the cemetery was circular, about 20 feet across. It was very dark, and the only light that came into this opening didn't look like glass landing, but there was no breeze or anything coming through it. And I can notice the silhouette, more or less, of 3 or 4 small figures with the large heads like a toddler or something like that. Just a portion that you probably, if they were standing maybe 3.5 to 4 feet tall. The next thing I know, I'm on the floor of my dog shack with my eyes shut, with my head on this being flat. I think it was the being so and he was communicating with me somehow. Actually, the feeling was one of euphoria almost. I just really felt strange. I could not tell you what he told me. I just felt so euphoric that everything was okay. I went from church here to euphoria over that kind of time. And a lot of time between, say, 2 o'clock and the first encounter to be first seeing and the morning, it was hot. So it's about 3 hour lots of time. So I finished out for there. And that's pretty much my experience.
That's quite an experience, all right. And that's something you might want to explore with somebody who's able to perhaps put you in some sort of hypnotic state and take you back. I want to know what happened during that period of time.
Yeah, I just understand. I was listening to your show quite a bit, and I understand that sometimes hypnosis can put ideas in your mind that really weren't there.
It can, but a good hypnotist will do that, and it is possible to retrieve memories that way. So I'd give it a try. Thank you very, very much for the call. It's very interesting. Steve in Trinity Lake, California, you're on with Brian Wood.
Yes, I just wanted to relate. He was my stepmother's father was chief security for the Nevada Atomic Energy Commission for a number of years in the Dallas Airport base. And he was telling me he was on vacation in 1972 after some open heart surgery. And he was just kind of a lucid moment one morning and talking about a number of things. And he was involved also in the Roswell, New Mexico crash and the security aspect of it. And in part of his military career was also during World War II in charge of the Pacific Coast troops out of Landville retrieving weather balloons. And but anyway, Jesse just said there were a number of things that he could talk about and he wasn't talking about in regards to UFOs, but he couldn't get into this seafood deal. And but he would admit to believing in UFOs and ETs. And being the caliber of his security clearances and his life, I was always impressed with that statement.
Is he still alive today?
I haven't been in touch with him for a number of years yet. I don't think he is because his health is showing. The last time I spoke with him in '89 in Las Vegas. And, but yeah, he was very, very, very clear, very direct about, having a firm belief in these things.
Okay, all right, well, thank you very, very much, caller. And should you find him still alive, obviously, we'd like to know about it. Frank in New York City, you're on the line.
Good morning, guys. Very interesting show. I have a question regarding the Napster MJ12 from Ryan's website. And I have 2 questions. One, why is Endemar Bush listed as a member of that list? There are about 150 names. And he did have a direct connection with the Army and the Air Force. And as I said, I also remember 2 very interesting people, Clay Shaw, implicated, I guess, in the Kennedy assassination, and Lee Harvey Oswald. And I was wondering, what was their connection to the group?
Well, the master list, I think, has multiple tabs on it. If you go to scientists, you'll find Van Bush's name.
He should be on the master list in a sense, for this, because it's directly connected to the military. And I have a question also that I've also heard that there's another destination called Majesty 12. what is the difference between Magic 12, Majestic 12, and Majesty 12? And I'll hang up,
Okay.
second
All right.
one.
Well, I guess I don't have any documents about Majesty 12. That's the real reason why I haven't really gone there or any witness statement about that. This Majestic 12. I'm sure the name has changed to Zodiac or something else. But that's really why I have the Majesty thing. And then the linkages of Clay Shaw was, I believe he was one of the intelligence officers that was interviewed some people in the Murray Island crash case. So that's why his name was on the list. And as far as Lee Harvey Oswald goes, I tend to go look at it again. It's a big name and it'll attract people's attention, and it's not a clear linkage. I have to take it off. But most of it was created from copiously going through all the documents I have, meaning all the drums and all the names, all that were in the documents.
Okay, Ryan, how the country of Mexico, Jim Young, the guy with Ryan's list.
I was about, I'm sure it was a living entity because it was moving. It was moving across the ground. There's no doubt about it.
Where and when? What are you talking about?
This was my patio. It was glass. So it was brown glass or broken bottles. And I picked it up and I set it over in front of me where I was sitting. I mean, I didn't know right away that it was, I thought my eyes were deceiving me. A few minutes later, another piece of glass was moving in the same direction and the same path as the other one. I mean, this is too much for me. I picked that one up, examined it carefully. It didn't look anything unusual at all. But I put it next to the other one, and I was sitting there looking at it and thinking about it. Another piece of glass comes the same way, the same path, and I let it keep going.
Just moving all on its own.
It literally, I can't say it wasn't above the ground. It was touching the ground with the light, if you will. Small piece of glass, not bigger than 3/4 of an inch.
When did this occur?
This was about 3 months ago.
And how did it end? What's the end of the story? I mean, you've got pieces of glass floating along the...
Had a couple more, and, minutes later, one at a time. This fire, if there'll be low rated speed, I would say, camp walking speed. The most interesting part is that after a while, I stepped out of the room, I came back, and the 2 pieces of glass I set in front of me were gone.
Yeah, I had no idea what made this.
Well, the silicon is the second element that is just theoretically the space where the one was.
Right.
Yeah, carbon one. It's like a different story about these pyramids made of silicon. You say that if the silicon wanted to one light, it would move extremely slow. Like 1 inch every 100 years or something like that.
So you're thinking you might have actually observed a form of light?
Well, I do think so. I mean, I can't make anything of that.
Do you still have any of these pieces?
Well, I found some glass that was looked about the same in another part of the house later on. And I assumed it might be, but, it was from broken glass and patio, and, just broken glass around. You couldn't really tell if it was exactly the same or not. In fact, my suspicion was that it was slightly different. It looked approximately the same, and that it was not the same, but maybe meant to look the same.
All right, well, that really is a weird story. I have no idea what to make of that one. Let's go Bill in Van Nuys, California. You're on with Ryan's list.
Hello, Ryan, like 95 people I'm very lucky to talk about it as a spoke on the air, and I'm not usually calling on programs, but I have been a long time a trustee, unfortunately. It's not a good thing. The reason I called in is because I appreciate your work, and I know that the 100 guests spoke about maybe this is just imagination, people are dreaming. I thought that too when I was younger, so October or November of 1974 when we observed three of us observed the craft going over our heads. And it was going for probably out of the aircraft was ready to crash. We waited for the crash. I saw the silver box of it as it was going overhead. It gave like a oscillating, like humming noise every time. And I thought, what is it? Anyways, later on, we were standing on the fire, you know, at night, and somebody looked out the window and seen red, blue, and white lights going around. And someone said, what is that? It was probably a house, Christmas decoration. And I said to him, I said, you ever see Christmas decorations and a light going around like that? So we walked down to it to see what it was. And we walked up on a UFO. On the ground with two graves standing in front of it. This was walked up to them 40 feet, maybe 40 or 50 feet. And it was written behind. You could see it. You could see it perfectly. And one of them had a weapon in his hand. You know, found this such a crazy story. Even I know what happened. I've been on the day myself. And we didn't know what to do. We were just standing there, and all of a sudden, one started to move, and the other one started to move the same way, like they were chain check, like military. And one of them that had a weapon, it looked like it was kind of a blade, maybe like a bluish weapon, with little rings around it. He pointed it at us. So he kind of pointed at us. When everyone started to run, we're running through the trees, we're ready to get our eyes poked up. We don't care, we're trying to get away from this thing. And all of a sudden, I was hit. It was after the head was something. I assumed that it was John, whoever it was. And something told me we ran into a tree. And later on, I thought, well, if I could get me back to the head, I would run into the tree and knock myself out. So I assumed I jumped right out, and I looked at all 5 people were gone. You know, all these lights running out into the street where the street light was. So I just jumped up and ran out there and they said, where have you been for the last 2 hours? So he told me, I just got up. I couldn't figure out how they were already out of story. And it's just, it really supports my knowing that this is real.
Well, Bill, that was a multiple encounter. Did you report this to anybody?
Well, what do you, I don't report it, you call the police and figure it out. Who's going to believe it? I don't even know how to think about it now. It's not something that, even my closest friends, I've told me a couple of times I've known all my life. And they know me, and they still kind of look at me like, they really don't know what to think.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the view on Mutual UFO Network would love to hear a report. Somebody be very sympathetic, responsible, and mature about it.
Yeah, particularly in a multiple witness situation like that, or encounter situation like that, I would say, as Ryan just suggested, when you thought of report, Jack in Texas, you're on the air with Ryan Wood.
I've got a encounter with a space baby thrown in that I'd like to share with you. About 13 years ago, I lived in Dallas, Texas, and my wife and I were asleep one night, and I heard a oscillating low decibel noise getting close. It sounded like it could be closer. We were asleep. That's what woke me up. I'm kind of a light sleeper, and I remember a blue light filled the room. It was a thick light, almost like being in a fog, and then that's all I remember about that part. And then I remember being in I've got 2 boys that were 3 and 5 at the time. I'm 50 years old now. And I remember being with my wife, playing with a child that wasn't really, it wasn't either of them. And one of them dead in their bed. And then I remember hearing that low frequency oscillating sound coming, and I remember shaking uncontrollably with fear. The next thing I remember was lying in my bed, and all of a sudden, I don't know what woke me up, but I sat straight up in my bed. My wife was laying asleep next to me, and standing up on the bed was a child and I said, oh, Nathan, too, and I laid back down again and went to sleep. But I remember it wasn't Nathan. That the child had a bigger head, kind of an almond-shaped head, but he looked real similar to my 2-year-old.
That's a very odd story, guys. Listen, I'm going to have to cut you off. I'm terribly sorry. We're out of time. Ryan, again, the odds of anybody getting through, we had several very interesting calls, but in terms of getting a military person, somebody who's been on a crash retrieval, for example, which is, I know exactly what you want, are pretty slim in any given show. So, your website's up there, the email is available by all means, folks. Contact Ryan if you're ready to talk. Ryan, it's been a pleasure having you on the program. Wish we had more time. Thank you, my friend, and good night. All right, folks, that's it for this night and this weekend. All right, George will pick up the gauntlet and run with it until next weekend. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all a good night. Whatever reality is not what you see. What you see is just an adaptive fiction. The following is a conversation with Alan Kaufman, professor of cognitive sciences at UC Irvine, focusing his research on evolutionary psychology, visual perception, and consciousness. He's the author of over 120 scientific papers on these topics, and his most recent book titled The Case Against Reality: Why Evolution Hid the Truth from Our Eyes. I think some of the most interesting ideas in this world are those of Donald Hoffman's attempt to shake the foundation of our understanding of reality, and thus they take a long time to internalize deeply. But proceed with caution. Questioning the fabric of reality can lead you to either madness or the truth. And the funny thing is, you won't know which is which. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Donald Hoffman. In your book, The Case Against Reality: Why Evolution Hid the Truth from Our Eyes, you make a bold claim that the world we see with our eyes is not real. It's not even an abstraction of objective reality. It is completely detached from objective reality. Can you explain this idea?
Right, so this is a theorem from evolution of natural selection. So the technical question that I and my team asked was, what is the probability that natural selection will shape sensory systems to see true properties of objective reality? And to our surprise, we found that the answer is precisely zero, except for one kind of structure we can go into if you want to, but for any generic structure that you might think the world might have, like a forming order, or topology, metrics. The probability is precisely zero that natural selection would shape any sensory system of any organism to see any aspect of objective reality. So in that sense, what we're seeing is what we need to see to stay alive long enough to reproduce. So in other words, we're seeing what we need to guide adaptive behavior. Full stop. So the evolutionary process, the process that took us from the origin of life on Earth to the humans that we are today, that process does not maximize the truth, it maximizes the fitness, as you say. Fitness beats truth. And fitness does not have to be connected to truth, is the claim. And that's where you have an approach towards zero of probability that we have evolved through cognition, through consciousness, whatever it is, the magic that makes our mind work, evolved not for the ability to see the truth of reality, but the ability to survive and revive. That's exactly right. So most of us intuitively think that surely the way that evolution will make our senses more fit is to make them tell us more truths, or at least the truths we need to know about objective reality, the truths we need in our niche. That's the standard view, and it was the view I took, and that's sort of what we taught or just even assumed. It's just sort of like the intelligent assumption that we've all made. But we don't have to just wave our hands. The evolution of natural selection is a mathematically precise theory. John Maynard Smith in the 70s created evolutionary game theory. And we have evolutionary graph theory and genetic algorithms we can study this. And so we don't have to wave our hands. It's a matter of theorem and proof and or simulation before you get to theorem and proof. And, a couple of graduate students of mine, Mark and Brian Marion, did some wonderful simulations that tipped me off that there was something going on here. And then I went to a mathematician, Chetan Prakash, and Anish Singh, and some other friends of mine, Chris Field. But Chetan was the real mathematician behind all this, and he proved several theorems that uniformly indicate that, with one exception, which has to do with probability measures, there's no probability zero. The reason there's an exception for probability measures, so-called sigma algebras or sigma algebra classes, is that for any scientific theory, there is the assumption that needs to be made that whatever probabilistic structure the world may have is not unrelated to the probabilistic structure of our perceptions. If they were completely unrelated, then no science would be possible. So this is technically the map from reality to our senses has to be a so-called measurable map. It has to preserve sigma algebras. But that means it could be infinite to one.